Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
He's got the flicker as well. Oh, Jackie. I love when someone goes all in on the risk, on the risky plays. He's feeling lucky today, Jackie. Just judging by the way these crits have been happening, he should feel lucky. Now even Fearless has the DD rune bottled up. MG.Trust, they're the ones that aren't aware that the Roshan's up. It's going to be a later time. But now they might walk themselves in.
Inbuilt crit. So the Divine, I don't think would have been as nice as it is on Jackie. I think he will need Daedalus anyway. So perhaps after, if the game goes long enough, Daedalus into Divine. That sounds pretty logical to me.
Roshan, not going to like what he's coming back home to. Jackie will get started. Tombstone is going to be dropped. They're going to commit to this. That's a lot of damage.
Stick back to the game plan. Start to get focused in the second game.
Well, with that, we are going to be 10 minutes away from game number 2. And it is, of course, MLP, Dota, and John X Fire. We'll be cat jamming in the chat with you all, and we'll see you again once the next draft is up.
came crashing down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give you up.
I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Now we won't go back home today, eh? Until the very last hour. We still got few more days to slay, eh? It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go.
Motivate Trust Gaming, and of course Among Us, and it is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, thank goodness we're on BTS1, sir. I couldn't cast any longer without my cat jam, but it is back. How you feeling,
Yep.
by the way?
I'm feeling great, Mike. Finally, we get the cat jam spam back, and we had quite the game one. MG.Trust again stepping up above Among Us. Despite going 10-0 earlier on, they have faith in Jackie. Jackie brought them to 50-50 and beyond and just made it work. I think Among Us, again, they got a bit too complacent. They got a bit too confident going 10-0. They started streaming in one by one. They stopped working the map. They stopped finding objectives, and that's where their downfall came out. They just ignored his PA. What a Battle Fury. And now MG.Trust, they get to start off with something very different. They start with the Faces Void into the Snapfire. So they've got that Chrono Kisses combo coming out. Among Us do have the Venge to swap out the target in the Chrono. And they're actually going for the Drow Venge combo here, which has slipped through. Into the Void is a bit of a back and forth. If the Void catches the Drow and the Venge, you're gone. At the same time, if you don't catch the Venge in these Chronos, well, you're going to have a hard time catching and killing off the hero you want in that Chrono. So it's a pretty good back and forth here for both sides this time around.
I do agree. I am very shocked that all these picks made it through. I mean, Void Snapfire as an opening seems to be kind of the pinnacle right now in this current meta of openings, and Among Us, I mean, Venge Drow, how could you ever say no to that? Very nice openings for both these teams, which should mean we're in for a pretty interesting matchup between these two. And I was reading the chat, by the way, John, just after we were finished casting, and people always seem surprised about MG.Trust winning games. But you have to remember, they were the team that won BTS Pro Series 3 just a month ago?
Yep.
This team, and these plays in this team, I don't want to spread rumors, but I've heard rumors that these players have been getting offers from other teams. So I think you're looking at a team that has a lot of players that are looking to be the rising stars in SEA, especially players like Fearless, like Masaros, especially like Jackie, because Jackie is just, in terms of farming, he's just out of control. And everyone loves watching his very aggressive kind of play style in that POS 1. So I don't think there's any real reason to be necessarily surprised that they are able to pull off victories like that up against the teams such as Among Us, even with that terrible start they had. I mean, you just look at Jackie and you just wonder how he does it sometimes with the... I realize his whole team kind of sacrifices their game so he can have the space to catch up. It is still very, very impressive, though.
Yeah, he's just highly efficient. I think that efficiency is so consistent. He knows how to work those camps down to the last second of stacking, the last second of clearing it before the respawns. It's small plays like that that really piles up, and you've got to admire that kind of mechanical and knowledge that Jackie does have. Now, MG.Trust as well. I need to point this out before we go on with the draft. MG.Trust, they're right at third place in groups, but they've only played 4 series. Okay. They've won 3 of those series and only drew 1. So they're 3-1. For the record, Among Us right now is 3-4-1. Right? So MG.Trust still has 4 series after this one. They've got a series right after this one, if I recall right. And if they keep this streak up, they could possibly overtake. So this is not a team to sleep on here in the Monster NG Dota Summit 13. They've just been on a spectacular roll so far, and I think it's rather unfair to look down on them. They've been really good, and this draft is still looking amazing, Mike. They've got the Tiny, so we're seeing more than likely a pause 4 Tiny here with a pause 5 snap, although there is flexibility there. Solid duo, lots of magic damage coming in. Among Us do take something that surprisingly slides through Beastmaster to deal with a Void, but there's a little bit of a caveat here, Mike. I think MG.Trust might be looking at the Masaros Void here.
Masaros Void, you say? Okay.
I think so. Because you can see Among Us also suspected. They've been banning POS once.
Okay.
They think, and I believe MG.Trust has done that like a couple of games, where they first pick Void and kind of bait you into a Beastmaster, and then suddenly your POS 3 Beastmaster counterpick is just counterpicking the offlane instead.
If I'm perfectly honest, John, while I do agree that may be very well the case, I hope you're wrong, because I really enjoy watching Jackie Void. He always finds those chronos, and he always has the farm to delete everyone within those chronos. So part of me hopes you're wrong for the entertainment value. Not to say that Masaros doesn't, but Jackie's one of those guys where he just seems to be able to see the angle he needs to follow to be able to get those big chronos in a team fight. Oh no, you're right. Oh no, not the Arc Warden.
I mean, it's perfect against a
No,
Drow
it's
Venge,
not.
though.
John, it's I know it's Halloween. Maybe it's perfect in that sense.
Oh,
This is
boy.
actually the scariest thing that could have happened to me today. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Halloween is real. MG.Trust clearly, enjoying the festivities today, and Arc Warden. Wow, what an impressive balanced hero, Ice Frog. What a
That it is.
balanced hero. I mean, there's no one more balanced than Arc Warden, right? I mean, Aghanim Scepter. I just spawned power runes. Oh, what's that? I didn't get the right power rune? That's okay. I have a Tempest Double that can do the exact same thing. By the way, I can buy a Midas and use it twice. Kind of seems broken, doesn't it? It's just such a stupid hero. Magnetic Field. I increase my attack speed, and you can't hit me unless you're in the bubble with me. What is that? His Spark Wraith is a 2-second cooldown, John. How is that balanced? It lasts like 30 seconds. They're essentially free wards that deal damage to you if you run through them and slow you down. I apologize for the complaining, by the way. I really don't like Arc. I hate this hero so much. I hate it so darn much.
Oh boy, but MG.Trust, they're gonna make this one work. So, it should be the Masaros faces Void. I'm trying to recall if he's got the tentacle set as well. I can't recall anymore. If he does, then that's commitment to his absolutely disgusting look in the offlane. But now we have to see what Among Us builds up. They see this Arc Warden. They know they might have made a mistake with the Beastmaster. It can still be effective, but it's certainly not countering the Pos 1, at the least here. Something big needs to come out here for Abed. Something that can give them momentum, that can play with the pacing of this Drow. I'd say, the puck's still in the pool if they wanted something to give them a little bit more team fight as well. A Quap is there to jump in and out, gap close the Arc Warden. I'm not completely sure. Those picks are good, but they also I don't feel the confidence with it because of how this lineup's kind of shaped up. Maybe they just go all in on push and get a fast mid, and that can melt towers. I don't think a DK is very viable though, but it's a possibility, I guess, if you just want to play the objective game here.
Oh, look, they're going to need someone to jump the Arc Warden. And I was going to say Storm would have been your pick, but that was banned. And they also banned the Ember, which is very clever by MG.Trust, because both of those heroes are played very well by Abed, and they do tend to destroy Arc Warden very nicely. Apart from that, what else can jump the backlines from a mile away? You could go the Earth Spirit route. I would say it's nowhere near as good up against the Arc Warden as, say, the Storm or Ember. It is still kind of possible, though, to destroy the Arc Warden, assuming you have a +1, but it's probably not going to fit this draft for Among Us. They're going to need something else, and MG.Trust, they bring out a Fearless Invoker, which is going to be very fun to watch with the Masaros Void. Cataclysm plus Chrono is going to be pretty powerful this game. And Among Us, they need something to crowd control, they need something to just team fight. High Magical Burst, I would say, is pretty good. I'm leaning towards the puck myself here, John.
Okay.
For Among Us. I don't know if that's the greatest pick, but I can't see much else that's going to be able to control these team fights up against the Arc Warden and still going to be able to break the gap to catch out that Arc Warden.
Yeah, it's really the Quap or the puck, and the puck does have a little bit more control with the Dream Coil. So we'll see if that's what Among Us wants. They're going to have to think a bit. I think they might be tempted to go TA perhaps, but I just don't like it with a Void. Then he has 2 easy targets to go for. Just either TA plus Venge or Drow plus Venge. If you catch him in Chrono, you're fine. That's why it's a bit of a risk to go for the TA here. But I think they might be thinking about it. Like they see they have the Drow, they have the Venge. TA just lines into that so well, but it does feel greedy.
I don't necessarily disagree with the TA pick, because you would be able to just snowball out of control. And you're right, nice pickup, John. TA. Okay, so they're going to go for the fast push kind of lineup, set a tempo that the Arc Warden can't keep up with, and just low cooldowns, run at you kind of draft here from Among Us. If it goes past, say, 30-40 minutes, Arc Warden turns into Arc Warden, and then you just can't really win. Or you can, but it's Arc Warden. We all know what happens when he hits the late game as this hero. Still, 2 very interesting drafts. I'm curious, John, before we do head off to the full screen of this draft, Who do you think has the better draft?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I would give it to MG.Trust. I think Void, Snapfire, Void, Invoker is super scary. You've got this Jackie Arc Warden, which will definitely find farm unless Among Us really focuses their resources on it. And it will cancel off the damage from this Drow because, you know, it's a ranged hero. Even the TA, if it's not in the right spot without the blink, a lot of that damage might just get gone. So it is a bit more straightforward here for MG.Trust in terms of taking control from those fights and their farming patterns. Among Us will have to find a way to share this farm with their TA and their Drow and the Beastmaster, because all of them do kind of play in that jungle early on. They're going to have to melt those towers quick, as you mentioned, and make it a bit harder for the Arc Warden to play that split push game. We'll see if they can work that out.
Game number 2. Motivate.Trust would love a 2-0 victory. Among Us definitely don't want to give that 2-0 away if they can avoid it. Going to this matchup. Quick pause out from Cuckoo, as it looks like he is going to have a quick disconnection. And, I mean, you pointed this out during Game 1, but Motivate.Trust, they are going to have another series straight after this one. And, John, I must admit, I woke up very excited today with all the matchups we have. Because first matchup is Among Us, first Motivate.Trust, which is what we're watching. But then right after, we have TNC Predator versus Motivate.Trust, which should be another very entertaining match between those two. And then even after that, you've got the boys from Neon Esports versus the boys from Adroit, which should be another very heated matchup. I would say this is definitely one of the better group stage days in terms of what teams are versing who. As all the games should be very close. It should be pretty hype.
They definitely should be. So I'm glad I went with the tagline from Ant-Man today, because I believe the line was like, heroes don't get bigger. So it's like, yeah, the hype don't get better. You know.
Thank you for making me the Ant-Man, by the way, John. I appreciate that.
It really fit. Like when I stuck your head on there, I was like, wow, you know, it really matches up. And I was like, yeah, that's perfect. Just went from there, Mike. Thank you for having such a good head. It's all about your head there. It was a perfect fit. Your genes just right. And you know, I'm looking at the feed right now. That beard grows so darn fast. Yeah. How many days has it been?
This beard? It's been...
Yeah.
It's been minimum 4, but I want to say 5, but I think it's been 4 days. I'm pretty sure it's been 4 days. Maybe 5. Maybe 5 if we, like, by the time we finish tonight, maybe you could say it's ticked over the 5-day mark, but yeah, 4 days. Pretty good genetics in terms of hair, John.
Oh yeah, goodness me. You will have that back up by playoffs for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't very fun when I was a kid, John. So I grew up in a rather poor family, so we didn't. My dad was never a big fan of haircuts, so my mum had to do it for me, and my hair always grew so darn quick. So I always looked quite ridiculous, John, when I went to school. The kids made fun of me quite a lot. So a bit of backstory on my life and why I'm sitting here casting Dota for a living now.
Cuckoo, it's PA Broken Guys Jackie, I don't know. Cuckoo, nice acting. What the hell, Cuckoo?
Hey, PA is not broken. I mean, PA is just one of those heroes. If you're a good player and you're really lucky in that game, you might just be a god. What is broken, though, is Arc Warden. Now, Cuckoo, if he wants to complain this game, I will literally pause the game just to tell him I agree.
Oh, we'll see if that's something he'll point out. But for now, we'll watch these lanes break out, Mike. They have gone with a lane swap. Among Us are tossing Cuckoo up top to kind of deal with the Arc Warden. Jackie has also worked his way up top. So they've kind of preempted this move from each other. And they're going to cancel it out. So you're still going to have the Beastmaster versus Arc Warden lane. It looks like they might commit Q there for a while with Boombell. Maybe, again, looking for a first blood opportunity. Cuckoo is very vulnerable at 1. You know, he's got the boar, but that's it. And they can also scout it out with her own spirit. And Zephyr is going to be in now, but Q, if he gets an angle here, could be good.
He's going to get it as well. He's going to go through the tree. Zephyr has to be very cautious, Q. He's waiting for Zephyr to step up. Zephyr is playing it smart by standing... Oh, he had the vision. Never mind. The Hawk, of course, was there. Apparently, I'm just completely blind, John. It's nice Hawk usage there from Cuckoo, expecting the toss back. Bot lane, of course, as well. He does TP there to hang out with Masaros on the... well, it's an off-lane Void, but he is in the safe lane for now. He's going to be up against In Your Dream and March. I mean, that lane could really go either way, but I think it's a similar story. You've just got to be very cautious of Q and whether he gets the toss back on your Venge or your Drow. Both of them very squishy kind of heroes to have in this lane, and once Masaros has the bash up for a few more levels and gets a bit more lucky, he probably will be able to kill people off. In fact, Q is going to go for a toss. It is going to be onto In Your Dream for now.
Yeah, this lane for Among Us, I think, is pretty darn strong, though. It's the Venge Drow lane. Level 1 is its weakest point. I'd say level 3 is a nice spike. Probably looking more at 5 once you have a few more levels in the multi-shot and a value point in the Gust. But for now, as you mentioned, just a straightforward farming lane. Masaros has the range disadvantage, but it's still a Void. You can time walk in danger. You're perfectly fine. Q just wants a fast level 2, level 3. You love to point it out with the Tiny, but the level 2 Avalanche plus Toss is an instant kill in this lane.
I like the fact that top lane Cuckoo has gone for the Axis build, by the way. Understanding the boars aren't going to do anything up against the Arc Warden, but give him more gold. So going for the Axes, making sure he can dish out harassment that way. And of course, in the mid lane, you've got Fearless and Arbed up against each other. This is heavily going to be favored towards Arbed on the TA. And Arbed understands as well that this game is probably going to be relying on him if they do want the victory. As you do have the Drow, but if Arbed does not get a good laning start and does not take over the early to mid game, I would say his team is probably not going to be able to beat them later on.
They really rely on Abed getting the start, and look at him just zone out Fearless. Like, it's those side blades, and just pushing Fearless all the way back, forcing him to salve. It's going to make it hard for Fearless to sustain, and
nice salve cancellation. Look at this, he even glyphed the creep so he can get more side blades off. I love that. He didn't get the angles there onto Fearless, but that is just excellent play from Arbed.
Really. And this is just about to get worse. If the supports of MG.Trust can't deny these power runes as well, Abed might get something juicy and find some kills.
Oh, Jackie, he got first blown up at the top lane. Gonna be very careful against this Arc Warden, as the Flux does do a hell of a lot of damage to that
power
CM.
runes as well. Abed,
he didn't even need the Flux that time. It looks like Boombell just set up with the cookie. Zephyr was already quite low in HP to begin with. In fact, now that Cuckoo is alone, they will try to get him as well. Fun fact though, John, the Flux does not work if the Beastmaster does have the balls nearby. That is one nice way Cuckoo can kind of, you know, remove the Flux off himself.
Yeah, it's a bit trickier for Jackie to maximize it, but I think we're seeing the pitfalls here of a pause for CM. Now, we've seen this before a couple of times, and it can come after a running start, but I think the dual lane of Beastmaster plus CM is just kind of awkward. Like, you can slow down with the Boar and the Crystal Nova. At the same time, CM's stats are just so bad. Like, the move speed's so low, you can't really trade too well with a Snapfire. Boombell is just absolutely on top of you if you try to go in for Crystal Nova harassment. The Scatterblast does a lot more, so have to watch your spacing there, but so far, they are at least getting these pulls.
Top lane, Boombell getting very low, does eat a Fairy Fire, but Zephyr is trying to fight this one out. He does have Mangoes if he wants to get another Nova, and he does. Nice play out from Zephyr. Understanding he did have the advantage there, and now Cuckoo is going to try and chase onto Jackie. He'll take a Spark Wraith, but he's going to continue the chase. Meanwhile, bot lane, they do end up killing off Q and March. Masaroff is going to try and rush to get the bounty runes away from In Your Dream. It looks like he will get the second one as well, but In Your Dream is going to chase him up. Masaroff is going to TP back towards that tier 1 bottom tower, and he'll be okay. Does get both bounty runes for the side of MG.Trust.
It's
Top lane.
Pretty good play.
Oh, Zephyr getting low. They're trying to chase onto Jackie. Jackie, he will get the kill, but he is going to die to Cuckoo. That's still a very worthwhile trade out for the side of Among Us. Every time you can kill that Arc Warden, you kill that Arc Warden.
It's a great back and forth from both teams, though. Among Us, they are looking for this fast early game. They're trying to find the kills, but MG.Trust is holding well. They're finding decent trades across the board. They're starting to pile up just a bit more. They're kind of bullying that top lane, which is probably the weakest lane of Among Us. They still are making it work though. But Jackie is still having a good time. As long as they keep bullying like this up top.
Or rather at bottom, John, In Your Dream is in huge trouble. Masaros does get the kill. Off the back of Q with the Avalanche toss. And again, the laning stage for Among Us. Last game, they had a great old time in the lanes. This game, it has been much more of a struggle. They are still getting some decent trades, so it's not all bad. But the reliance is heavily going to be on Arbit.
Definitely will be. And in this game, we're not really seeing March able to get stacks off. He's stuck on the bot lane, so he can't really leave his Drow alone. There is at least a couple of ancient stacks here for Abid to clear down the line, but this isn't the flash farming we're used to seeing for Abid's TA, just because the resources aren't on the map. That's something Among Us has to be aware of if they are going to be playing around those TA timings. It's pretty darn good from laning, but you're not going to have that burst farm from the jungle.
Top lane, bit of a gank here onto Zephyr. Zephyr is going to go down. Boombill the one to pick up the kill. Is that point as well, you've got to be really concerned about those Sunstrikes from Fearless, as he has gone 3 points into Exhort. He will be looking for kill attempts at every opportunity. In fact, now Cuckoo going to be in danger. Avalanche toss is out. He does commit the Roar and is just going to make a run for it. There's no way he can follow up with that Roar by himself.
No,
so they're going to be okay with just buying time for Arbit.
Yeah, that's really just the game plan. Wait for the TA to grow big, maybe wait out for your Drow to also get some space in. Now, we are reaching the point where you should see a tier 1 push coming out soon from Among Us. We're talking about, usually the 8-minute mark all the way till 10. They do want to find these early towers. They will have to kind of deal with the Midas of Jackie though. It's flying out now. Tempest Double, of course, as you mentioned, is up as well.
A bit of a shame there for Masteros, John. He went for the time dilation, but because of that, he ran out of mana for Chrono. He could not commit the Chrono on that Drown. In Your Dream, he probably would have died had the Chrono been committed. So he was less than half HP, but Your Dream will get to survive another day and get salved up. Meanwhile, top lane, Jackie now has the Midas up. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah. There it is. There she is. Just farming away, Jackie. And, the beautiful thing about the Arc Warden can also push these towers out solo. So they just leave Jackie alone. He can get some good damage down on the tier 1. Among Us is not nearly shoved out enough to get their own push going. And, again, MG.Trust are just hitting these beats quite nicely. Cuckoo has no items up yet, not even the Dominator Rush or even the level 1 Necronomicon. There's just no major spikes yet from her Beastmaster here. And again, you're still seeing Abid having to clear out stacks. Now, he does have a little bit more in the Ancient stacks, at least. So he's going to be clearing that out quick. Should lead to a fast blink for our TA. Still going to need the Desolator afterwards. And, of course, while he's up in the jungle, Q gets some space. And we are a bit freer here on Fearless to find that steady farm on the Invoker. So it's also a Midas here for Fearless. And after that slightly rough laning start, he's gotten the space in the jungle as well. So no punishment here from Among Us.
I just want to point out how concerning this is, though, for Among Us. Like, just before about 10 seconds ago, Jackie was on top of the net worth board. He was on top of the net worth board before he even had the Midas up. And that's against a TA who's been taking stacks this whole time. That's a pretty big concern in my eyes for Among Us, as Jackie's keeping up in the early game as an Arc Warden. And that's the weakest point of this hero. It's, now with the Midas, he's just going to get out of control. In fact, make that another Midas now on Fearless. So their net worth is just set to grow. And they know that if they can hold out this early game and the mid game, they should have the late game advantage. In fact, bot lane, there is Masteros going down, but mid lane, Cuckoo, don't run straight, sir. The Chaos Meteor going through is not going to be enough. Fearless now going to be in trouble. Arbit trying to guess where he is, does almost get him. Meanwhile, Boombill going to wrap around, does kill off Cuckoo. And Arbit actually almost kills off Fearless with the Side Blades while doing it blind.
Yeah, and that is the spike that Among Us was waiting for. The blink here on Abed, he is ready to go just a little bit more. Without the Desert, it's not as big. And
yeah, Avalanche is not going to be enough to cancel the blink of the TA. So Abed did have refraction charges active. So Mortimer's Kisses are going to be wasted. On the brighter side, In Your Dream is farming okay right now on this Drow, and they did end up killing off Masteros earlier on. It looks like Masteros had committed Chrono as well to make matters worse for him. In fact, he's going to get rotated on right now. Cuckoo doesn't have the Roar. They will have a stun out. Still Q going to come in now with an Avalanche toss, but Sunstrike off the mark. Masteros, however, still set to fall, and he will go down. Now Boombell going to come in back onto March. They do get the Venge. Makuku with these boars has a lot of damage, a lot of slow, and they'll turn back around now onto Q. Cuckoo picking up a double. That's 3 heroes going down at the bot lane. And on top of that, the tier 1 tower is also set to fall.
They already found a top tier window. That was just Jackie solo. So again, the strength of the Arc Warden in split pushing is starting to be there. They sacrifice quite a few heroes bot, but they find the objective trade. There is a slight advantage here for Among Us though. They are eyeing the mid, and it is fairly low for him.
I bet gonna have his refractions burnt through. Just a quick flux out before the Tempest double does die. That tier 1 mid though, still dropping quick here to the side of Among Us. Should be able to eventually finish it off, but the rotations are now slowly but surely coming in. Q gonna get the Avalanche with the toss back onto Zephyr. They don't even need the Sunstrike, but Cuckoo, a nice roar out on Fearless. It's not enough yet, but they'll swap Fearless in, and he is gonna go down. Now the Gust out from In Your Dream. Does kill off Boombell into Q. The toss away onto Abed is not going to be enough. They do get another. Now onto Masteros. He has Chrono in 5, but he has no real damage to come out as his Invoker is dead. So he probably won't commit it yet. He might need to though, because Cuckoo now is going to chase him up, but luckily for him, Cuckoo does not have the Roar available at the moment. He'll just try to steal some boars away, and maybe now that Boombell is coming in, he could try for the Chrono, and does. The Gust is going to be there, but the Sunstrike and Mortimer's Kisses onto In Your Dream is going to be enough. Onto Cuckoo now as well with the time dilation and the Avalanche. It is all going to work out in the end. There's some great patience out from our Void.
Yeah, that's pretty aggressive again from Among Us, and we've seen them do this before, where they kind of have this overconfidence and get punished for it. They need to be careful with their timings. They need to be on point with tracking how long it's been between these chronos. Keep an eye out for those cooldowns, because we talked about it from draft. The combination for MG.Trust is potent. That's why they can get away with offlane Void. Masteros doesn't need farm. He just needs to drop the chrono and good targets, and he found 2 big cores. While all that happens, of course, the Midas here for Jackie just continues to give him farm. We're seeing a steady build up here for Fearless into the Ags. And Among Us have been, they win a couple of fights, but they can't exactly rest, right? Now that you see the Chrono's gone, this is the time where Among Us should still keep running down, should still keep hunting. They might be waiting for Abed's Desolator, which is up in 300. So once that's up, you would want to see this dire side really shut down this map, not making the same mistakes as Game 1.
I would agree with you on that, John. They definitely need to make some kind of play happen while the Chrono is not available. They might just wait out the Desolator. In fact, Abed now has it on the Courier, and that is going to be Q to smoke. They just wanted that bonus damage from that Deso first. So Abed's going to need to catch up with his team, but they are still moving ahead. Among Us move into the triangle. Orcs to scout out as well. They have found the Arc Warden. That's the big one to get. He thought he was safe. He was not, however, Jackie is going to die. And now Abed going for more. He tried onto Boombell, but the Shadow Amulet is going to keep him safe. They might try for a Roshan play now.
It's going to be a really quick one with the aura you have from Revenge and the aura from Beastmaster and the Deso. Not one that takes too much time, and MG.Trust without those teamfight spells can't really contest. They've got Kisses, but they need a Chrono. So the first Rosh does go the way of Among Us. Again, going the way of Abed. They need to make use of this. We saw them kind of secure the same timing in Game 1. They got Rosh real quick. They need to find objectives this time around, looking at the top Tier 1 and possibly a Tier 2. And if you can get a Tier 2 here, Among Us is going to be very happy with those objectives.
CZ Tier 1 tower. There is a setup here from Motivate to try and go after the bottom Tier 1. Looks like Masteros and Boombill are going to get started on that. Shouldn't be too hard to take it out, as I don't believe Among Us will bother trying to defend this. Especially knowing Masteros has the Chrono and is going for that Crimson Guard build, interestingly enough. Pretty old school, this Void build up on Masteros.
Yeah. I think it's really darn good here, considering that the source of damage from Among Us is physical. Like, we've got a Drow TA plus Avenge Beastmaster. It's all about right-clicking down, and that Crimson Guard plus an eventual Guardian Greaves that you should expect is going to make it a lot harder for Among Us to get that damage in. And we have seen that cause issues for some lineups. I recall those were with Svendo.
Oh, nice pickup from Q. Gets the Aegis away from Arbed. Arbed was not expecting that one. Very nice pick. Still, they're not planning to slow down, I don't believe. Among Us, they are still going for the mid. However, MG.Trust, they're going for a tier 3 tower now. They say, screw it, we'll take your tier 3. It's fine with us. This will force the rotations back to be able to defend. It is only going to be the Tempest Stubble, though. Jackie will just be as annoying as humanly possible with this Tempest Stubble on his way out, and it will expire in the end.
Yeah,
nice play out.
Really strong play, right? Like, they found a tier 2, and we just mentioned Among Us needed to find a lot more tier 2s for their Aegis. Now they only found one. It's on a pretty dead lane. They can access the triangle a little easier, but the bot jungle is still very open for MG.Trust because of that mid and bot tier 2. At very least, their forward jungle is still in a good spot, so they can keep playing this farming game. Among Us does have the slight lead, 1k advantage there, and Abed way on top in terms of net worth. But Jackie's not lagging too far behind. You are still building up on your Invoker. The Ags is going to be up for Fearless soon, which means Chrono Cataclysm is going to be a very big thing to worry about for Among Us in a short while.
That it will. That's why you've been seeing them try to apply so much pressure. Back into the mid lane, they'll get rid of the Tempest Stubble again, but it does expire, and as much as I hate complimenting Arc Warden players, John, Jackie is very good at sending his Tempest Stubble into high-risk situations when it is about to expire. It's very rare you see Jackie giving the Tempest Stubble gold away to the enemy. It seems like he forces the rotation, but it always expires just before they get through the HP pool.
Yeah, it makes it harder for Among Us to find that snowball gold you can get from bullying an Arc Warden like that. And again, they've been really good at stalling out as well. Like, the split push has been very, very on point here for the faces for our Arc Warden. Even Masteros just making good work across the lanes. He's still saving up for that Crimson Guard, but it's going to be up fairly soon. Among Us, they need to find these objectives. It's just without the safety net of that Aegis, and knowing that there's the threat of Chrono now that has not been popped in a while.
They found Jackie. It is just the double again. This time he might give the gold away. He's going to try, though, to fight this one out, but they will get it. Nice pickup there for In Your Dream and Cuckoo. Meanwhile, however, Zephyr is going to go down on the CM. And top lane is being forced in by Masteros.
Yeah, it's just been consistent. Like, he's been split pushing alone for the most part. Now his team joins him. They're going to go for a tower trade. So Among Us is going to go for the bot tier 2, but the top tier 2 is also going to fall here, which means Among Us will only have their mid lane. They still have their mid tier 1 standing, which is big for Roche control, but the fact that you lose your tier 2 up top means the jungle is not as safe, especially if that mid tier 1 will fall, and it's not a very healthy mid tier 1. It's a very squishy tower to eat through. So MG.Trust still finding very decent trades here, and Among Us needs more. And man, even just losing your courier like that with your Yasha just slows down IYD that much more. No Yasha for 2.5 minutes.
That is true. Dream trying to farm as fast as possible, but it is very hard to keep up with the Arc Warden of Jackie. Still, Arbed is on top of the net worth board and does now have a 10-second BKB up. This will be cue for him to get back to fighting with his team. Get that surprise reveal ASAP. And try to make as much influence with it as possible. Problem is, you are still fighting into Chrono Cataclysm, so it's not like you're 100% safe with that BKB. If you do get caught by the Chrono, you are just probably screwed, And Q, Avalanche Toss has caught out March. He's going to be alright. However, they found a bigger target. It's going to be Masaros on the Void. He will die before getting the Chrono out. Now Boombell also dying, and the Tempest Double will go down. Very good news for Among Us, as they only lose March, but they will go after that tier 2 mid.
That's the one here you can't afford to lose. It's not actually about losing your Orc Warden. You can't fight without the Void. Chrono is their big setup for all of these team fights, for all their investments. Now, they can just do this with a bubble, though. Again, you've got ranged heroes. They don't want to step on the opposite side. And that just stops the push, just like that. One bubble from the Arc Warden, and suddenly Among Us can't find anything.
Fearless. Been a spot of danger here. Outpost, they are TPing in. They want to try and take a fight. Cold Snap is there onto Zephyr, but he will Glimmer Cape through. Q, meanwhile, going for an avalanche onto In Your Dream, but can't get in range for the toss back. Now he'll get gusted up. Cuckoo wanted the roar, but Masaros, he gets the chrono in time. On to the TA they go. Arbed almost melts. He'll get the BKB just the nick of time to run, but swap out March. He'll save the day as well. Arbed surviving on 50 HP. Still losing 2, however. And MG.Trust, they will take control of this dire jungle once again.
And that's what you have to be cautious about for Among Us. They need to be a bit more disciplined in their D-clump. You need to ensure that you have Cuckoo far away enough from Abed and far away enough from IYD that the Chronos are very tricky for Masters to land, but that's a very tight spot. Really well played, and they're going to find that tier 2.
On they go again onto Zephyr, but In Your Dream, a nice cast out and a nice blink away. Does get out of the avalanche. That Tempest Double is just so annoying, but it does end up expiring. Motivate.Trust will have the 3k net worth lead, and Jackie is officially back in front of the net worth graph at 15k now. Going for that Hurricane Pike build up. And his time is coming close, John. We're almost there to that point where Arc Water just gets stupidly broken.
I'd say Jackie's already at that point. He's been doing fantastic work, and
yeah, it's not the game to play CM, I'll tell you. But still, Dust is out on Fearless. Ice Wall is there, he'll BKB, Fearless. One more hit will do it. He's trying to juke him out, but Arbet does get a very nice kill. Does cost him his 9-second charge, but it's well worth it for the mid-invoker. However, while he was doing that, Jackie is doing Arc Warden things. Bot lane, Arbed forced to rotate in to defend. Jackie with Q gonna go in onto Arbed. They won't have the damage output to kill the TA, but look at the damage they've done to that tier 3 tower. Is now In Your Dream will blink in onto Q, but he really just tickles the Tiny. There's no damage output right now from In Your Dream.
he needs the Venge around, he needs a Beastmaster around to really boost that DPS. By himself right now, IYD just doesn't do it. Again, all he really has is a Dragonlance. He's still waiting for that Manta style. And Among Us, they might find one kill, but they needed to be playing around the cooldown of Chrono. And they smoke up now, but Chrono is only about 8 seconds off. So Masaros might be able to get something big here if they're not careful.
Oh, they want to beat up that Tempest Double so much, but they don't want to break their smoke. They'll have to let Jackie live with that Tempest Double. Into the triangle, though, they go. Onto Fearless. Dust is going to be there from Arbed with the silence out and the swap in from March. They will get the Invoker again. Very good news here for Among Us, but Masaros jumps in, only getting one of the Chrono, however. It's just Zephyr on the CM. That's not the Chrono they wanted. Masaros, he got a bit greedy for it. He will end up going down. Jackie, he'll send in the Tempest Double. That's all he really can do. But MG.Trust have to leave the building. In fact, Boombell is shown for a second, but a nice magnetic field down, and Q gets an avalanche toss back on In Your Dream. Oh, that's going to suck for our Drow. Good team fight, but it's still a 2 for 2, John.
Just overzealous on that Drow. Not respecting the magical burst here on Among Us, on MG.Trust, and Among Us now, because they lost the Drow, can't really do as much. They'd love to go for Roche, but on this tree versus tree, without the Drow, without the Beastmaster, it's not as fast as it once was. And it is a bit risky going to those raids as well. complete vision control here out from MG.Trust, and they constantly get split pushed.
Yep.
It's just Jackie. You just can't do anything while the Arc Warden is alive.
Balanced hero, John. Very, very balanced. Q, gonna blink forward, trying to find March, but we'll go after the outpost, and that'll set up for the Roshan. There is no TP point left for Among Us to go to. Jackie will just get started. Another thing this hero can do, John, is solo the Roshan if he wants to. Masros will come in to try and help out. Cuckoo and March also going to be there with Zephyr. They're going to try and contest this one. Zabed has also ran his way in. They'll get the Tempest double. Roshan just sitting at about half HP is Fearless. Way too far forward. Is going to get Melt Strike and does get swapped in by March. Fearless too cocky there as Masros even getting roared up, but will be saved by Boom Bell. They don't have Chrono. It's a very hard counter to have here from Masros as he does get gusted up again. And looks like he might die. No, he's going to be able to run away. Cuckoo now with the Mortimer's Kisses going down as Q jumps in for an avalanche toss. It is not going to be enough, but Jackie with the Tempest double and the Sunstrike is going to be enough to kill off Cuckoo. And now they'll take the team fight. Boom Bell moving in with a tornado out, catching March. But in your dream, nice gust out. It will just not be enough to save. Back in they go. Q, who has he jumped on? It's going to be Zephyr. Zephyr will die. So does Masros, however, on the Void. Roshan still half HP and Abed wants to go back in for it. Buybacks have been expended on some heroes as Q jumps back in for a nice avalanche toss. Abed does drop low. There's so many Ghost Scepters on MG.Trust, making it impossible for In Your Dream and Abed to do much. They'll go for the Roshan attempt, but the Tornado is there, but a nice BKB out from Abed. Gonna make sure he does not get tornadoed. They will at least walk away with the Aegis in hand.
It cost them a lot, though. A lot of buybacks had to fly out to secure this objective. MG.Trust, it's been so long that by the time Masaros respawns, they will have that Chrono back up. They really need to watch the positioning of Fearless here, though. He's been caught in the backline way too often. They need that Invoker alive, they need that follow-up, and that setup for their spells, get the damage out. Among Us also kind of needs to be cautious about those Ghost Scepters. There are like 3 of them. So you have one on the Void. Oh.
Sunstrike's going to land. March going to come in with a nice swap out and In Your Dream. Try and clean this up though. TP away, but March is going to have the stun out. They do get the Tiny. That's something Motivate.Trust need to be wary of. Really not giving these kills away like that, but In Your Dream now. Going to be chased by the Tempest double. We are going to have a quick pause as Q has disconnected from the game. And this game, John, it is very close. Less than 1k net worth lead for Motivate. DOTA Plus sitting at 67% for Motivate.Trust. It is still anyone's game, but we... Wait a minute. Is Jackie going... Okay, alright. He's going for an Eye of Skadi. I saw a point booster and I was wondering whether it was an Aghanim Scepter already. It is an Eye of Skadi, which is definitely the much smarter choice.
Hey, come on. Double power rune sounds dank. If you get a double damage for Jackie and for, say, Masaros, well, although Masaros doesn't really hit, but it is a smart play. And Among Us, it's a back and forth, right? We're stuck at 20-20, less than 1k lead here for MG.Trust. Among Us really just need to keep their spacing perfect, as we've seen in a couple of these fights. They have been split up enough to force Masaros to really think about his targets and not always catch out the perfect Chrono. And if Among Us can do that, the team fights are harder for MG.Trust. But Among Us needs to catch out Jack. They need to stop that spam with a Tempest double here. It's just too difficult. Like, they can win a team fight 4v5, you know, they win it out and they kill all 4. But if Jackie's alive, he's just split pushing lanes, pressuring to your trees, and you just can't do anything. You have to drag all your heroes in to stop that push. It's very difficult for Among Us to find anything.
In Your Dream can't deal with the Arc Warden Tempest double right now. I'm just having a quick look through the items of everyone on Motivate.Trust, and 3 out of 5 have Ghost Scepters.
Yep.
Very smart, considering this melee matchup that they are up against. Only people that don't have one is the Arc Warden and Fearless. And, I mean, in all fairness, if Jackie really wants to, he could get an Ethereal Blade later on, but it's probably just not worth it.
Nah. It would be a bit much, I think. They've already got that magnetic field, and we've already seen that alone do work.
Look at this. They have to commit the Roar just to make sure this Tiny dies. So he keeps running away with the Ghost Scepter, but Jackie is going to get marched with the Tempest Double. Just kind of came out of nowhere. And Abed, Aghanim Scepter.
Straight into the Blessing as well. Like, he
Well.
saved up basically 6k just to get that done. So, freeing up the slot, he wants the mobility. This is one way to handle that Arc Ward, right? You've got instant TP points back to your high ground to stop the split push. That should give a fighting chance here for Abed to actually find objectives as well without feeling like they're going to end up trading, although Jackie still does work. Look at top. Just melts.
Abed has turned himself into a ninja. Make sure he can deal with the side of Motivate.Trust. And John, I was trying to think up a clever name for Abed in this game with that Aghanim Scepter, but I couldn't. I'd ask you, but apparently you haven't watched Naruto, which really sucks for me.
No.
You're
No,
you're
I
not
have no
casual
clue.
enough. You're too much of a weeb.
Yeah, that's basically it. I have no clue with ninja stuff.
Maybe someone in the chat will get creative about a name.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Still, you know, this is the stall point of the game, where Jackie can just basically stall this game out forever. And Among Us can't... They can win fights, but they don't necessarily gain anything on the map, although...
Oh, poor Zephyr. He's been picked on this whole game. Sunstrike gonna come in right on top of his head. Oh, jeez. What can you do? Masaros having a look now, wanting to see if he can find... in your dream, do not get caught out like this. He made it somewhat obvious with the Mantra Illusions. Masaros does get the time dilation, and Q will get the avalanche off. They know he's there. He has a TP. How is he going to get out, though? He needs some help. They're going to try and fight back Abed. He does come in now onto the Arc Warden, but Jackie willing to try and fight back. That was a Tempest Double anyway. He'll get Masaros on the Void. In for more they go. Cuckoo trying to catch out Fearless, but he will be invis. They're looking around for Boom Bell. Looks like he's going to be fine as Abed does go back into the mid lane. Try and deal with Jackie's Tempest Double illusion.
that doesn't look like handling it.
No, it doesn't, does it, John? Jackie. Yeah, I can't go out of invis. Okay. I guess I'll just sit here and wait then for this Arc Warden double to die.
Oh, disgusting. It is,
Isn't
like-
it, John?
like that fight. Like, Among Us wins, they take Masaros out, they have this window without worrying about the chrono. What do? Nothing. They can't do anything. Because Jackie decided this is the game where they'll win no matter what. This is the I'll win no matter what hero right there.
Pretty much.
You know, even if we're losing, we're not gonna lose. Because they can't end the game. So that's it. That's all she wrote.
Indeed. It's a tough time. Abed working towards a nullify now, so just wanting more disable. Of course, that is going to help quite a lot up against the Ghost Scepters that have been brought up by Motivate.Trust, and it will quite literally nullify the Ghost Scepters that they have got. He's just the Helm of the Iron Will away from that, as he does already buy out the Sacred Relic. It's not really going to solve the problem of the Arc Warden, though. And I don't think they really have found a solution to that yet. They've just kind of accepted that they're stuck in this game now with this hero, and they've got to find him off guard sometime in this game. The matter is when it's going to happen and if it's going to happen.
They got the Tempest Double this time, Mike. Took
Good on
3
him, John.
heroes.
Well done.
And March nearly dies anyway. It's half HP. Like, there's 3 heroes around and March still melts half his HP. There's just no win in here. It's just not.
That's why I hate this hero, John, because when it's picked up, nobody really wins. Everyone just suffers. Just pain.
Oh man, there's that nullifier you were mentioning. So they do have ways of handling those Ghost Scepters. And Abed's been pretty on point with his movements out with these traps. I have to say it's very annoying to watch Abed though, mainly because of how the trap channel looks. So you can't actually tell he's channeling it until he's gone. And oh,
Q gonna go in, but Abed isn't jumping straight after him with the nullifier now, and that'll mean they will lose the Tiny, but Adroit is out. They've also got Boom Bill. Masteros, he is still silenced. He can't go for a chrono. They just keep silencing him up, and he will die. A great team fight so far. From the side of Among Us is Abed. He goes godlike. In fact, they even find a Tempest Double for themselves, and March is gonna die to it. Oh no, maybe he's not.
oh.
It does de-aggro. March, he got in the fog. Meanwhile, Abed is just taking on the whole team. He got Jackie. Abed found Jackie. He gets him.
boy.
Cataclysm, though, going to fly in, but Abed with the refraction does survive through it. We'll go back onto Q. Meanwhile, Cuckoo just going to keep tanking the front lines and keep up the vision. This is the only chance they've had in the last 20 minutes. And how does Jackie not have buyback gold?
Oh, he bought out. He bought out. He got a
no,
bit greedy there.
Jackie.
Yeah,
It won't matter because they can't really push anyway. Like they can go high ground down to the bot lane, and it looks like they are going to try. You still have the Chrono and Cataclysm combination.
Oh, of course you have a repair kit, Mike. Of course you have a repair kit. Look at that.
It comes with the Arc Warden pick, John. It's part of the package deal.
Oh god. Oh, but Abed with a DD though, gonna make short work at the least.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the melee barracks, they need everything they can get before this Arc Warden spawns back up. And eventually, Lorax is gonna go. No jump in. Again, they had the Chrono, but it seems that they are very afraid of what this TA is up to. I bet he's putting the team on his back, John. He's putting the team on his back, saying, "Get on, let's go. I'll carry us to this victory." That Rax is pretty much solely based on what he just did, which is fight the whole team by himself.
Oh yeah, he is putting a lot of work in. Now, Jackie is back up, and here comes the fun, Mike. There you go. Look at IYT.
Oh, in your dream, I don't know if you should fight that. Abed comes in and he has a Bloodthorn now, so they definitely have a nice, easy way of kind of bursting these Tempest Doubles down. I'm curious as well, what's Jackie aiming for next? He's got the MKB up, he's level 25. What else does he want? I mean, number one is
Perhaps
buyback, so keep that. Oh, Abed. Going to the Tiny. Like he doesn't want to deal with Jackie though. He wants to rule Jackie or nothing. Then BKB's up. Masteros does have Chrono, does commit, and he catches him out. Cataclysm going to fly through an Abed. Going to get caught out. Just getting a little bit too aggressive there on the TA. He is down for a minute and a half, and this could be a very, very nice time for MG.Trust to try and go high ground.
They don't have to worry about the counter push of the wave clear of Among Us without that TA, without the Yags. So Jackie's got free reign here to just finally chip away at the towers, push in multiple lanes as well. And Among Us, we need to be careful. No buyback this time around on Abed because he has no gold, and that's going to be a massive push that can come out. Now, there's no Chrono here from MG.Trust. They don't have the best team fight, but it doesn't matter when Jackie can just do this.
Yep. Look at him go, John. Just look at him go.
He has a Spell Prism as well.
Oh, he does he? Oh, good. Excellent.
Oh,
so
but,
he's literally got a almost 100% uptime on that double now. 27.2 second cooldown, 26 second duration. So 1.2 second downtime on this Tempest double now. Fantastic.
Oh, it absolutely is. Now, the good thing was Among Us did have a repair kit. So they hold on to their tier 3. The Roche, though, is being taken, and Among Us will have to fight.
Gonna try. They don't want this Roshan to go down, but it is going down very quick. How do you jump in? There's no chrono, so they've got that going for them. March doesn't have the Wave of Terror yet to scout this out. He will now. Nice swap out. But has he got the Aegis? March! He's got the Aegis! March picks it up. He saves the day. Oh, March. He's done it. He's going to lose his life. But at least there's going to be no Aegis Tempest Double or Aegis Arc Water.
Oh, definitely. And they also stole the cheese. Cuckoo's Courier. Snagged it right in time. He loses the Courier, but both those sources gone for MG.Trust. The gold is nice, but they really wanted that second life. And now, Among Us, they've stalled out long enough that Abed's up, so they can start pushing back these waves with the traps. You can go around the map and make it harder to push in. Still, Chrono's going to be back up in 20 mic, and that still doesn't stop the high ground of Jackie.
No, it doesn't. Slowly but surely, will get done. And he literally doesn't have any downtime. It's just so stupid. Cuckoo, nice roll out though. He's caught out the Tiny in your dream. He gets started with Masteros. He's got the Chrono. He's got the TA in there with the Cataclysm out. The Refraction burnt through Abed. He's going to die. He's gone for 100 seconds. Masteros, a great Chrono out. And now they know Abed does not have buyback. They're going in. Here come the Saints. How do you win this one out? They're going to try and defend. Q is in danger. Might die, but so will March unless Burbo, he's gone too far. Zephyr channels the ulti. They do get the supports down. Jackie still trying to fight back. March trying to swap in Masteros, but he's going to die for this perhaps. Masteros going to chase him down. March. That's actually a nice play. The Havoc Hammer keeping him alive. March somehow gets out of there.
Oh boy. Dancing on the edge. Still, the tier 4 Center Threat Might. One already fell. Refresh up on Fearless.
How do you defend this? There's the repair kit, there's the Roar. Maybe this is it. They've got the real Arc Water, but Masteros will jump in. The Force Knife was out with the Magnetic Field, keeping him alive now to the Cataclysm. Gonna fly in. Jackie's just not dying. They're trying to go after him. They just can't. The Magnetic Field keeping him safe. Onto the Ancient they go. Cuckoo, he is in a spot of danger, but they got Jackie. He'll buy back on the Arc Water, back onto In Your Dream. They want that Ancient real darn bad, so he'll TP back in. They don't want to deal with Abed again, but he's up in 10 seconds. He just needs some time, but that Ancient, it doesn't have any time left on. It's going down way too quick, and it's gone. Among Us, they will not be able to come back in this game number 2 and Motivate Trust. In very entertaining fashion, do get a 2-0 victory to start off their day, and they will go straight into their next series up against TNC Predator.
Oh man, you must be feeling great, MG.Trust. Managing to get that Arc Warden draft going up against this physical draft from Among Us. It was a lot more back and forth in the laning, but again, they hold back. They have faith in Jackie, and Jackie does deliver once more. So a spectacular play from MG.Trust. Among Us, they do take a 0-2 loss, and we have talked about the history between these two teams. Like, Among Us was winning out early on, but in that last series in elimination, MG.Trust stepped up to the plate, and they do so again. And that is Among Us's last series. So they hold the top crown for now, but with no further games to play, they might see that slip down a bit, as MG.Trust still has 4 more to go.
Definitely a pretty nice series here for Motivate Trust. See what TNC can do. I'm sure they were watching this series and paying close attention to what they've been up to. Of course, for the viewers out there, there probably is going to be a 20-minute break, as generally when you have back-to-back series, you get allocated 20 minutes to have a bit of a break before we do go into our next match. So I'll put a timer up and we'll get back to cat jamming in the break time, and we'll be back with TNC Predator versus Motivate Trust.
feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
up. This is lit. Start it up. This is lit.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second series of the night between TNC, Predator, and MG.Trust Gaming, and it is MLP, Dota, and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. Some really bad news for me, and I know you've read this already on Twitter, but it turns out, even though I've quoted the fact that it is Halloween today multiple times throughout this stream, apparently I completely forgot to buy candy. And I had my first trick-or-treater come during the break. I luckily had a couple chocolates left over, which I was very upset to give away. By the way, I was looking forward to that tonight. And well, I'm home alone. I have no candy. I've got a dog who hates people knocking on the door. So it's not going to be a very fun night for me, sir. But hopefully for you, I hope your family's got candy.
Oh, Mike, we don't celebrate Halloween here, so I'm perfectly fine.
We didn't used to either.
No, because it's Christmas here. You don't understand. It's Christmas time in the Philippines. You don't get it. We start Christmas September. There is no Halloween. There's no time for that. So we're perfectly fine, and we've got quite the match here today, Mike. No candy being tossed here. TNC up against MG.Trust. Again, another back-to-back for MG.Trust. TNC, they're finding themselves right at second place right now. Maybe they've kind of squeezed above because of that last series for Among Us. But right up there with Among Us, sharing the top 2 spot. MG.Trust, historically here, Mike, they have beat TNC. BTS Pro Series Season 3, they beat them. 2-0, going the way of MG.Trust. ESL 1 Thailand a bit further back, though, TNC did win. So we'll see how it shapes up here as they run against each other again. Very interesting draft. I love this opening from MG.Trust. They get to grab that Faces Void again. They are picking it into the snap. And with this Oracle on TNC, so they've got Disarm, they've got False Promise, they've got the Kisses coming through to make it hard for the Void to just stand there. But you still have this Faces Void. And that is still going to be Matsuro's hero. They never first picked the Jackie hero. And there's a potential for it here, but it's such a rough Void game that it feels like they've baited TNC again to pick these heroes up to counteract a off-lane Faces Void.
Absolutely. Of course, John, before we do go on with the draft, big shout out to our sponsor for making this making the Dota Summit 13 possible, the lovely monster. John, I got my pipeline punch again tonight. Very, very happy I've got it. And it's going to be a long night with this Halloween trick-or-treaters crap going on outside, so God knows I need something. Honestly, though, we didn't used to celebrate Halloween in Australia. Back when I was a
Okay.
kid, John, there was no such thing. In fact, if I even told my parents that I wanted to dress up, in some evil costume and go roam the streets, I didn't get candy, but I got a beating. I'll tell you that, John. That's as much as I got.
Oh yeah.
It's,
Oh yeah.
But now the kids these days, they get it easy. They get to roam the streets. Their parents hold their hands and get them free candy off strangers. It's a magnificent time in Australia. I didn't get to experience that, but you never know. Maybe one day I'll have kids and I get to take them around as well. You never know. But I've screwed up. I'm probably going to get my house egged tonight. Not going to lie. It's okay, though, Nothing wrong with that. Just free eggs, I guess. It's okay. I'll let the dog eat it or something. Still,
No, no,
TNC yeah?
You know what it is, Mike? The spiders are gonna be happy with you.
Yeah, that is true. That is true, actually. More protein for them so they get even bigger than they already are. Fantastic. So TNC, they've started off with the Snapfire Oracle, MG.Trust, Void, Earth Spirit. Two very strong openings for both teams. TNC not really revealing too much in the way of their picks, obviously going for a support duo, while the Snapfire can be a core. I believe TNC is one of those teams where we haven't seen them running the core Snapfire very much. I'd say it is mostly in the support role when it comes to TNC. We'll find out if that is going to remain as MG.Trust. They do take the Bloodseeker off TNC, so obviously Motivate, they've been doing their homework here, John. We don't usually see the Bloodseeker off lane for MG.Trust, but we know that KP does enjoy playing that Bloodseeker quite a lot in the off lane, so they are going to deny that off them by taking it themselves.
Yeah, it's a strange pick for MG.Trust, right? Like, we're so much more used to seeing the Bloodseeker on off, as you mentioned. Now they've got to make a choice. Masaros faces Void or Jackie faces Void, and the Masaros Bloodseeker. You can maybe run it mid. I don't know if they really want to put Fearless in here like this, as Fearless does like dipping in and out, really forcing some plays out. You do have this combo that faces Void, Chrono plus Bloodright is pretty nice. It's not the most potent, but it's there on hand. TNC again piling on that faces Void counters. Venge coming out. So another way of saving people caught in the Chrono. Swap them out, save him, or just swap the Void out to somewhere far.
Yeah.
That should be probably the core Venge here for KP, and MG.Trust again changing up their draft. Going into the Sansa that we've seen a couple of times. Now, this is actually really nice with an Earth Spirit support. You've got potency to play fast and get the instacks, but TNC not waiting around as well. Venge Medusa comes out, so maybe looking at the playbook that Boom used to run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty interesting draft here from TNC. In all fairness to TNC, there's not much in the way of kind of breaking the gap there up against the Medusa, so it does seem like a pretty nice pickup. Of course, with the Void, I suppose you can commit the Chrono, but assuming that Gabby or Armel does get the Stone Gaze off in time, the Chrono just gets wasted completely, and there's not really a way to block that Stone Gaze off. You can't just BKB and ignore it. It doesn't work. It goes through everything, so could be a tough game for MG.Trust up against this Medusa. I did like the Silencer, though. At first, I was a little bit shocked to see it, but up against the Oracle, Venge, and Snapfire, obviously the Global Silence is very strong, and even during the laning phase, the support Silencer is extremely good at just securing a lane. But they are going to need something to deal with this Medusa. Maybe it's about that point where you say, let's throw Masaros Void again, and maybe pick up the Jackie Peel.
It could work. I just worry again about a Fearless Bloodseeker. Not that he won't deliver, but the timings might be a bit too tight between a Faces Void off and a Bloodseeker mid. I think we're looking for something that can actually move around. You'd only have the Earth Spirit to kind of set up for you. The Void can maybe time walk in, but it isn't the easiest when there's a Snap, Oracle, and Venge, and the Medusa now. But it's very possible that they could just kind of shift that around, get the PL last, and you can see the LC ban out. That's something we see sometimes picked into the PL. So it looks like MG.Trust might be sneaking around for that. TNC, though, I think they lack the Armel hero unless they're going Armel Medusa. But they have a couple of options. Interestingly, the Kunkka has been left if they want to run Kunkka Medusa Venge. Just to have more durability, tie into the team fight, have the X to control anyone trying to run off. That would be pretty good as well. And the durability is always nice with the Kunkka. And Armel loves that hero.
Yeah. TNC, final pickup.
Oh.
They do go for the Mars, so that should be the KP hero right there. And it's going to be pretty strong with the Snapfire combination, obviously, out from Mars, out from TNC. So, is this a mid Snapfire and maybe a safe lane Medusa we're seeing? Because they don't seem to have a proper position 1 unless they ran the safe lane, do some mid Mars, and say gave KP the off lane Venge, and just kind of made him a bit of an aura bot.
I think that's the game plan for TNC. That feels more in line with how they've been playing. I'm expecting the Tim Snap in this game, the Whitemon Oracle,
right,
which are more in line with how they play around. You know, Tim's does like being active. Snapfire is a very active support in the 4. And that should be the way they're going to lean that. We'll see. TNC has that flexibility on hand that MG.Trust has to figure out as well. Because they've also got this flexible draft. Maybe not the supports. They're definitely tied in. But the Bloodseeker Void can still shift between safe and off. And they're still looking for something from Masaros. There's just a really good team fight here from TNC. We're talking about Arena plus Stone Gaze plus Kisses. It's a Kisses Arena combo as well. Really potent for TNC. MG.Trust need to be able to break that up. Silencer is pretty darn good, as you mentioned. Getting the GS off is going to break that team fight. But I'd like to see a little bit more hammered in. I think they're going to need some good follow-up. Zeus comes out.
Okay. I mean, it is a very fast-paced lineup from Motivate, and I did get my wish from earlier on, by the way, John. We get to see the Jackie Void come out, which is something I really enjoy watching. The Fearless Zeus, we've seen this before. He does perform very well on this hero, and you don't really have a way to drain the mana of the Medusa, but on the brighter side, you have a hell of a lot of damage to get through the mana shield anyway. And a bit of a global strat if you consider the Bloodseeker Earth Spirit as well. It's not 100% global, but it's kind of like they can close the gap really quick. So overall, I do like both drafts. I'm kind of torn as to which one's a bit better. There's so many little factors that matter here. Of course, with TNC being that Armel needs to get that farm and XP up ASAP, Motivate can't really let that happen. That's probably the biggest factor for both these teams.
Yeah, it's all down to the Medusa. Now, you mentioned mana burning. I think, honestly, if you keep the aggression up here from MG.Trust, like say always have Boombell rotate and find a kill on the Medusa, you can take away her mana pool by a substantial amount. That could help. It's just, that's a very hard ask. That means they will have to play perfectly around these timings here on MG.Trust side. They do have the draft that wants to be a bit more aggressive. Like, yeah, you have scaling with Faceless Void. We've already talked about what makes it so hard for the Void in this game. Because you've got Oracle, Venge, and Snap to make it living hell to kind of catch these heroes out. Even the Medusa. Like, if she's outside the Chrono and she just gets to press her ult, gets the Stone Gaze off, suddenly the Faceless Void's not in a very comfy spot. So there's just a lot here Jackie has to do to maximize this Void as the game goes on. I think they will want to play this a bit fast here on MG.Trust side. And TNC, they've got this pretty good team fight coming out as well. Snap, Oracle, Stone Gaze, Arena coming through here. They've got the second life that Whitemon can bring out, and we know how Whitemon plays that Oracle. He's just as good on that Oracle as well. Really on point. They've also got a natural way to kind of take out the magic damage. If the Fate's Edict goes off, then suddenly that magic burst you get from the Zeus is also taken away. So it's going to be a very strong back and forth between both sides, and at the least should make it a very exciting game one.
Oh, Motivate Trust, they seem very, very happy with the Lakad Maratag spam, and I should really learn how to pronounce that properly. Ogre King.
Yeah, again, he keeps saying that every time against MG.Trust.
Isn't that for Masaros, though? Or is it for Jackie? I thought it was for Masaros.
It should be for Masaros, but Jackie's taking it now himself.
Whitemon. He's always starting problems, Whitemon. He's a real troublemaker, this guy. Speaking of, did he hit the Roche?
No, he didn't.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't want to win. Come on, White One. You want to win? Gotta hit that Roche.
Watching this man very carefully, just trying to figure it out. He's not going to hit the Roche this game. Not yet anyway. He's got 22 seconds to make it before the this bounty rune spawn. After the bounty rune spawn, it really doesn't matter anymore. Whatever it is he does, that is.
Oh my god. Lon and Duna will never leave us. Jeez.
Yeah, we'll always remember them. Even if they are casting mobile games now. Jackie is going to stand there and say, hit me, guys. I'm just going to travel back in time.
Yeah, honestly, I thought for a second we were going to get the full disconnect again from MG.Trust, so thankful it doesn't happen, because that would have been very unfortunate for Jackie. You gotta love what Timps is doing, just exerting his dominance, just kind of showing up, copying a tower hit, which is never nice, but this dual lane, though, for TNC, right? Venge, Snap, you've got the stuns coming out, level 2 is going to be a big spike once you have a cookie value point, but Boombolt's not going to make that easy.
And Whitemon's still around as well, John. They're going to try and go onto the Silencer. He's still trying to fight back after Tim's, but Boombolt is going to go down as first blood. Jackie going to try and get a trade, but he doesn't have bash up yet. He did go for that level 1 time walk, and he's going to take a lot of harassment out on his way out. Even a Fortune's End to follow him down. And Whitemon, is he going to stick around here, John? On the Oracle, are they going to really just keep a tri lane going, or is he going to head down bot to help out? Oh, Gabby is playing the Mars.
Yeah, they've
okay.
swapped around again. It's it's interesting lineup here from TNC, but I think this is perfectly fine, right? Like, you're still gonna get some good spikes as that Mars. You get to leave him alone. He doesn't care too much about laning against Masaros and Q. Gabby just wants to find some steady farm. You don't want to cop all the spells like this, though, but again, he's really just trying to make some space out. They just want to slow Jackie down. You mentioned it, right? But they know what MG.Trust does with a safe lane faces Void, and they're doing all that they can to ensure that Jackie does not get a game here at all.
Absolutely. I like it. I mean, it's weird to see a safe lane Mars from Gabby, but if it means Jackie can't farm, I'd say that is the kind of winning ingredient here for TNC, but that's going to be a nice kill onto Whitemon with the rotation out from Q, just to make sure they had enough damage, and that'll mean Boombill can get his first bit of stolen in on the Silencer, which is always going to be very nice. But let's have a look at the mid lane as well, John. Mid lane, Armel and Fearless up against each other. Armel on the Medusa should not really be too concerned about Fearless, I don't think. He hasn't really gone for the mana shield yet, but he'll have time to get it later on. He doesn't really need it for this laning stage.
Nah, it's a steady farming lane for Armel. Has to watch how low he is, though. Fearless has been pretty on point with harassment, but gonna be even overall. You're not lagging too far behind as Fearless. The power runes are important, but it's a little bit more important for Fearless compared to Redusa. You do want the Zeus to, maybe get that fast bottle, keep the spell spam up. You do still have 2 mangoes here on Fearless, but he's down to just a fairy fire. Armel is all out of regen, though, but he has a wand. So you've got a back and forth here in the burst healing options, and so far, so good. I think you are perfectly fine with this pace. As long as Armel doesn't get any rotations in from the opposing supports, especially that Earth Spirit, you're fine with just this lane going steady.
Yeah, bot lane's been just evening out quite a bit. Gabby's he's ahead by 6 last hits, and that's kind of to be expected. Masaros, he can spam Blood Rite and sustain himself, but Gabby is just going to be able to freely farm as well on this Mars. And so it does feel like this game so far is going the way of TNC, just based on how slow the game is right now. It's always going to favor this kind of Medusa draft. Well, I do like the fact as well that TNC has not had to give up. Well, they actually do now. I was going to say they didn't have to give up the tri lane, but it looks like they don't bother with it anymore. Perhaps feeling like they've done enough, and they're just setting up stacks all over the map for Medusa. Like, KP sets up the triangle stacks. Whitemon went down south and set up some stacks down at the bot lane. I believe we also had our Snapfire Tim's doing the exact same thing somewhere. Just don't know where he stacked.
Yeah, it's a good amount of gold that can come out now for Armel, and they're rotating in. Good scan out to protect their Zeus, so Fearless is not going to get caught in gank suspecting something. But TNC is still perfectly happy with this. With the breakup of the trial lane up top, though, Jackie does get a little bit more farm now. They did kind of make it a trial lane. They dragged Q up top as well, but he's not done anything. He hasn't been able to rotate for those power runes as well. So it's been a rather slow start for MG.Trust in terms of getting the aggression off with the Earth Spirit. And you can see here, they're going to try to camp Fearless.
I like that a lot. Fearless going to get rooted in place. Is going to think about going back for the bounty, but definitely can't. Cooking out from Tims as well. Whitemon setting up very nicely here, and Fearless, he's trying to fight back, but he cannot, and that is a massive pick-off to get for TNC. And might I add, John, I really like this switch-up in play style here for TNC. Very different, but it seems very versatile. Yes, they are putting all their bags in the... all their eggs in the Armel basket, but it's a nice basket.
Yeah, it's a basket you can trust. The Medusa is just so sturdy, scaling into late. It's one of those heroes that, honestly, I'd say scales really well, like Ophasis Void does, just because of the nature of Stone Gaze. Piercing BKB, it's always going to be relevant. You've got this split shot built into you as well, so you can definitely just drag this game as long as you want here for TNC. And you have to remember, they've got the Venge from KP. So it's the Medusa Venge strat that at some point starts to play together. MG.Trust for their part, I think we do want to see a little bit more activity from Q once they hit some level 6 spikes, like 6 on Fearless, 6 on Jackie. We want to see those first Chronos line up. Even a support kill with a Chrono, you're just going to be happy finding something on the map.
Yeah, everything going smoothly. Boombill gonna spot out the stacks that were being made now, so can relay that information onto his team and let them know they probably need to go ahead and steal those stacks ASAP. Problem is, the only way you can steal them is either Fearless or Masaros going into that triangle. Still top lane. Tim's gonna get rolled on here, but KB is gonna rotate to try and help, but Fearless commits the ulti. Does get Tims, and now the Chrono even being committed just to make sure they can kill off KB. The damage is going to be a little bit slow as he's not getting any bashes, but Jackie does still get the kill. Boombill will get himself +4 in, and why is the Venge Remnant on top of the cliff?
I have no clue. She died, KP died right next to it. It spawned a buff, so you can't do anything with it, unfortunate.
Well, bot lane, Gabby setting up a kill there on the Mars. He does end up catching out Masaros. It looks like Masaros was trying to steal away the stacks that were made for Armel down at that southern side of the bot lane.
Triangle, Mike. They're taking the
nice.
stacks away.
Well, this is how you do it. Neutral item, Fearless. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, Fearless, he didn't want to pick that up for that reason. It's like my idiot supports don't take the neutral item and now I die.
Sounds like you've experienced this, Mike.
Well,
Sounds
I don't...
Like it. Except, aren't you supposed to be the idiot support, Mike?
Well, you didn't have to point that part out, John. I was going to pretend like I was the mid player, but I don't play mid. I am usually the idiot support. That is correct. So my SCA mid player would now be running down the mid lane, just shouting out things in different languages that I'll never understand. It's a terrible experience. Thank you.
Oh?
Get a lot of damage put onto him. Whitemon setting up another kill here, and Armel will be able to take it. Armel probably not very happy right now, considering he did spot out his stacks being taken, but he can still go back for the ancient stacks. They're a bit too hard for the Zeus to take out by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be an opportunity here for Armel if he wants to. Now, MG.Trust, again, we've talked about them having to play with these ults. They are fairly long cooldown, but Fearless will have Thunder God soon. So you want to see these supports line up. They are looking up top. They haven't left top in a while. They'll go on Tims.
Nice roll onto Tims. Boombill loving all this intelligence he's been able to get for himself. Does get more, but here comes Gabby with a great arena out. The time walk out from the Void will ensure that Jackie gets away, but they do at least kill off Boombill and maybe even Q as a swap is there from KB, but Q going to try and roll away. Gabby does have the damage up though. Now the Thunder God's Wrath going to kill off KB. Gabby is happy to man fight Jackie. Jackie does not want any part of it though. Overall, I think they're still going to be pretty satisfied on both sides with the kills that did occur. as you are giving those kills away to both position 1s on either team, so not really bad news for anyone.
No, definitely not. I think the biggest takeaway here for TNC is that they are just really buying space for Armel. Like, this guy is just not getting threatened at all. Free to stay in his triangle, free to farm mid. And his team might be following around him, but we saw MG.Trust pulled off this kind of playstyle before. It was Jackie's PA in that first game. This time around, Armel is making the most use of the space, finding so much farm. And we saw MG.Trust contest once. They need to keep control in the jungle, and Gabby.
Gonna get rolled on. That's a much bigger kill to get, and Gabby, he does not want to lose intelligence to Boombill, but it looks like he has no choice in the matter. He is gonna get caught out. Nice pick up there from MG.Trust. 10 stolen int for Boombill already. He's getting smarter and smarter every day, John.
That he is. It's a very good early start here for a Silencer, and you know, we kind of talked about the Silencer scaling nicely into late. You don't really need to itemize for damage. Your damage is going to scale. You're draining the mana pool of these heroes, like, say, the Mars you just mentioned.
Chrono. Jackie, he sees a target. He'll take the easy kill onto Tim's. Jackie will pick up the kill. And that's another thing I really enjoy about Jackie Void, is he doesn't hesitate to throw out the Chrono. Even if it is a support kill, it's worth it, especially after the bad start he has had.
Yeah, so it's what you like to see, you know, not scared of committing, just finding kills, making yourself low.
Fearless, big trouble. He'll go for a TP out with the Global Silence to protect him. Now Masaros, they're going to cancel the TP and turn back around now with the Rupture out on KP. Roll out from Q. KP still dropping, does go down, but now the Spear in onto Masaros. They will get the Bloodseeker into Q. He's trying to run. He's probably going to die, and does to Whitemon. Overall, still a very positive trade out for TNC. Fearless, he is going to eventually have to run himself back to the fountain, but looks like he is considering sticking around to try and defend that mid-tier 1 tower a little bit. But the creeps will be fortified, and TNC, they aren't going to back. They really are going to commit for this.
Yeah, they want that objective, start melting down towers, opening up the jungle, contesting that farm they want to build up for Jackie. So it's not a smooth ramp up here for MG.Trust. It's not going to be a free run for Jackie. He still has, you know, good timing on that massive Mantis. He swapped lanes. He's trying to shove in bot, although.
Gabby, oh, we got to pause out. Gabby, he's got a nice spear off here, but this pause might mean some rotations coming onto Gabby now. Mind you, it is TNC pausing, so I don't want to see the chat saying, you know, tactical pause. It's definitely not very good for TNC, this pause. So, Gabby currently spearing the Silencer to the tree. Looks like a very painful experience, John. Let's zoom in on that. Indeed it is. It's a lot of blood everywhere. Spear right through the Silencer. It's kind of a dream of mine, John, seeing Silencers like this, as I do hate the hero. Gabby, he does have the God's Rebuke as well, so this should definitely be a dead Boombill.
Yeah. Looks like still having slight issues here, TNC, though. It's asking for a bit of a wait. Ping issues. Just an FYI to chat that's not aware, there's a massive typhoon coming into the Philippines. So that's causing some issues. Yeah.
What was you said it was the biggest one in a long time, right?
I think the biggest typhoon across the world for this year.
Really?
With, I believe the estimated wind speed off the coast right now is like 300 kilometers per hour.
Jeez,
which
that's
to me is
quick.
ridiculous. That is pretty ridiculous. Like, and it's massive. So I'm not sure when landfall is due. It has been nice and cool here. I'm enjoying the weather for now. But when it does hit, I don't know how safe I'll be. And Boombill?
Gabby actually didn't get the kill yet. God's Rebuke is going to be out. Boombill trying to juke him out, but Gabby should definitely have the kill unless... Oh, the creep! Boombill's own creep blocking the way through the trees. That is treason. Gabby will put the creep to death.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate juking around there. Would have been nice, but that kill will allow them to push top tier 1. Now, Jackie did take the bot tier 1, so it is going to be an even tower trade in terms of these tier 1 top and bot, but TNC's a step up with the mid tier 1 gone. So that top jungle is definitely not too safe now for MG.Trust, and this is what we're used to seeing from MG.Trust, though. Jackie's playing on the opposite side of the map. So TNC has to watch the farming locations of this Faceless Void. And Jackie now needs to start farming like a madman, but there's a smoke here.
Yeah, Gabby, how are you going to break the gap, though? That's the question. Doesn't have the blink yet, doesn't have the Yules up yet. He's just going to ignore it as Fearless now has moved in. Now, this will be a much easier kill to get, and Gabby is going to get a great arena off just on the edge. And that is a big, big pick off there onto Fearless, who is just trying to work towards his Aghanim Scepter. But as time goes on, Armel is only getting bigger, and TNC, they are well and truly on their way here to pulling off this game number 1.
They definitely are. They're hitting all their beats, they're getting control, they're finding these kills. And they keep smoking up here, MG.Trust. Jackie does have the Chrono with a Mask of Madness. They could try to find a kill. It's just very tricky again in these wider team fights.
Asaros, he's looking for a rupture here. Chrono going to be committed into the blood, right? Jackie going straight after Armel. He's out of mana. Armel's not as tanky as you'd hope, but the false promise, Whitemon going to save the day as the Mortimer's Kisses come flying in. Jackie, he doesn't want to be here. He'll time walk in time. Back onto Tims, and Armel going to survive, but no, the blood right. Masaros had it in time. Now going onto KB, onto Whitemon. They want to clean them up. Jackie at least got Tims, and now the roll in onto KB. They'll get another. And that was such a close call for Motivate. They almost lose Jackie. One more hit would have done it. But the Time Walk was there in time. And I was just saying TNC were doing such a great job, but that's going to mean a fair bit of golden XP going the way of MG.Trust.
Yeah, I think the one major factor was they got the Chrono on 2. So Jackie delivers in a big way. He catches the Venge and the Medusa. 2 heroes they didn't want inside there. The Global Silence as well is just being stacked perfectly by Boombell, breaking up the counter initiation from TNC. But with those spells down, I think TNC might be looking for an opportunity. They might go hunting here.
Fearless. Jules up Gabby with a nice setup there, but the TPs are going to come in. Spear going to be very easy to land, and it's only a TP in from Boombell so far, but here comes Masaros and Q. They'll get the rupture off Gabby. Probably doesn't want to die like this. He'll try to fight back. A great cookie in from Tims, stunning up too. It may not matter though, Gabby. He will still die, and now it's on to Q on that Earth Spirit. He's trying to run. He's got the Magnetize, but it just doesn't matter. 2 for 1. In fact, if you count Fearless going down, it was a 3 for 1. Gabby, seeing those kills happen, will probably be pretty satisfied now.
And that's what TNC needs to do. After they see the committal of Global Silence and Chrono, they can reset, come back in. There's a massive window where MG.Trust cannot fight, and they just abuse that. So you have to be cautious as well, MG.Trust. After they blow their big team fight spells, they can't really fight. They've got to take the back seat, just farm on Jackie. Their top 2 under threat. At least here, Masaros can actually kind of D-push really well on that Bloodseeker.
Oh, he can, unless he cops a cookie like that from Tims. Swap in now from KB. They want to go after him with the Mortimer's Kisses. I love Tims juggling those Mortimer's Kisses onto 2 at the same time. Boombell will lose half his HP in the process, as they do finally get that tier 2 top tower. Armel is slowly but surely on his way now to that Eye of Skadi pickup, as Q is going to roll in onto KB. Boombell, he hasn't been smart enough recently. He wants to get some more intelligence for himself, but he got stunned up again. Tim's a great cookie out, now turning back around. How dare you steal my brain cells, he says. Get out of here.
Oh my God.
Go read a book.
TNC just managing to really turn around there, Mike. Whitemon, can we talk about this Oracle going 7-1 to 9, Mike?
That's Whitemon, John. It's just, we said this in BTS Pro Series. When he was in Among Us version 1, I was asking the question over and over again, why is Whitemon not part of one of the big teams in SEA? Now he is standing in, and you can kind of see that he does a pretty darn good job.
He really does. His positioning's always on point. The Dispel to save KP. Now, MG.Trust has picked up a key item here, Ags up under Zeus, but that's an Ags rush for Fearless, nothing else on hand. So they're going to have to maximize this Nimbus as it flies out, and at least some of that global strat you mentioned is starting to come into play. MG.Trust, they do have Chrono, they've got a Rupture, it's their turn to look for kills.
Jackie, he's been farming. He's got onto that BKB stage now, and he wants to try and get a kill. Onto Whitemon. It'll be a lot of gold because of his streak. They're not committing the Chrono yet. Still back on with the Chrono straight on top. or rather Armel, almost said Arbed. There's the Global Silence coming out. Armel trying to run,
No
swap
way.
out from KB. Armel's going to survive now with the Stone Gates. He'll fight back. Q going down with Masseros. And I think MG.Trust, they got a little bit greedy there, John. They went for the greedier chrono, but they just don't have the damage output for Armel right now. In fact, Boombill, he's not out of the woods yet. Gabby going for even more. Has the Yules available with the spear, but can't really reach. Jackie will walk away, but he needs more damage. In fact, Gabby is going to blink straight in, gets the Yules off. Spear should be an easy setup, and it is. But do they have the damage output? Well, with the permastun, they do. Tims on the edge, cooking out from our Snapfire will get the kill.
It's just so clinical from TNC. They don't panic when they see the void. They keep that distance. They keep separated. A one-man chrono is not what you're looking for, especially on that Medusa. I mean, Armel's already got max level mana shield. He's got his Manta. There's some good stat padding there with the ultimate orb and point booster as well. You can't melt through with just the Mask of Madness, although they will try to fight.
I don't think they can. You don't have Chrono. You got Rupture, but that's not going to be enough. Armel can just stand there and hit you. Boombill going to try and turn around. They're going to Rupture up KP instead. Underneath the Nimbus, Cookie and heals out from Whitemon. Going to keep him safe. There's now another Bloodright going to come in, but Gabby is going to jump in with an Arena. He won't drop it yet. He'll wait for the right moment. Instead, they'll just go after Masseros, and there's your Arena now, catching out three where Armel could just walk in and just hit away. Arrows flying everywhere. Masseros and Fearless both gone down, and TNC are playing this perfectly.
They really are. Just the patience out from Gabby to land these spells, and the Nimbus here for Zeus. Like, he drops it in front, but Snapfire, little Shredder just rips right through it. It doesn't last for long, and the investment now in this Zeus Ags rush, not quite paying off. On top of that, MG.Trust, you know, every time these spells are down, what can he do? Jackie can only just farm, and he has to work his way towards more damage.
Q running at Gabby. Gabby did not have the spear up. Doesn't want to bother with the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, Jackie, looking at Tims up at that top lane, is going to jump in with the time dilation. And the Nimbus to come. Tims has help on the way. He will go down. Still Armel now. Going to show himself, but Jackie spots him out. He doesn't want to deal with him at the moment. He will just back off. And speaking of Armel, John, Skadi is up.
Jeez. Skadi Manta power treads at 20
Masseros.
minutes in.
Gabby, this is a spear on Masseros. Bit of a shame there. Masseros would have almost certainly just been dead had that spear landed. Looks like he is going to be just fine. And would you believe it, John? Armel also has the Grove Bow. So just
perfect.
Gets everything he wants.
A Grove Bow with a Venge Aura. What else could you ask for here as the Medusa? And they go straight into the Roche pit. There is a Chrono here from MG.Trust, so Jackie can contest if they wanted to, but they'd have to throw all their bodies in ASAP. As it's not the fastest Roche, but it's steady one going here for TNC.
There's no damage though, that's the problem, right? Like you'd literally be committing Chrono just to try and steal the Aegis. It just doesn't seem worth it for Motivate to even try. They scan it out now, but even if they want to, it's not going to be quick enough for them to get here. They're going to just have to let it go down as Gabby just gets bashed constantly by Roshan, but it does eventually die. TNC, they smoke up with the Aegis on Armel, back down towards the south of the map. They'd love to run into Fearless right now. In fact, Boombill is going to get spotted by Gabby, but he's being patient, waiting for that right moment. They'll leave the courier back into the backlines. Boombill doesn't know which way to run at the moment and will just die. While Tims is looking for another target, and he knows Fearless is there. He'll get a cookie off with the Scanner Blast. Fearless, he'll try for the TP play. Is there going to be a stun in time? Not quite. KP could not TP in fast enough for the swap. However, Gabby found Masseros.
Yeah, it's just the perfect hunts here for TNC. They just jump around the map. They're punishing this farm up from MG.Trust. And this is where that homework comes into play. This is the exact same spot where MG.Trust was getting free farm on Jackie, and they are contesting. They know MG.Trust game plan. MG.Trust will have to think of something else as Jackie's not ready. He still needs farm. He's lagging behind even Gabby's Mars right now, and you can't even measure him up against Armel. 14k on a Medusa, 23 minutes in. Scotty Manta put power treads into the Butterfly. And the Butterfly might intersect with Jackie's MKB. It's still going to be a very deadly item on this Medusa in terms of raw damage. And Armel's just so far ahead that he can push this tier 1 no worry by himself. There's a chrono here and Armel just doesn't care.
He has no reason to care. Like, up until Jackie has the MKB, he is nowhere near going to have enough damage. And even with the MKB, I can't really say he would have enough damage for the Medusa. As long as that mana shield's up, how do you get through it? And on top of that, John, once you get to that 25 mark, you know, there's a plus 800 mana talent, and there's the split shot uses modifiers talent, both of which are pretty darn good. And if Armel's ahead, he will probably just skip the mana talent and go for the split shot modifier. With that Eye of Skadi, it becomes pretty darn broken.
Alright, it really does. It's just so hard to play against. And you love this way they TP around as well. They take the tier 2 bot. All outer towers gone for MG.Trust. They're just hunting now. They're trying to catch someone out, split pushing. They don't quite. And there are some decent wards now watching movement, although they might be able to find...
Got Q on the Earth Spirit. Whitemon there to help out. Whitemon would have loved to take the kill, but of course, Purifying Flames was on cooldown at the time, John. Couldn't take it. Armel, meanwhile, with a haste rune, rushing forward, seeing if he can find anyone, and does spot out Masaros, but doesn't really have a way to lock him down. And Jackie is going to come in. He just doesn't have damage, though. There's no way to kill him.
It's difficult. And Armel is actually opting for the Daedalus instead. So he has the Crystallis, so you have some small crits coming through, and that does mean at least you're not going to be countered by this MKB buildup in Jackie. So they can start to sort of slow shove this tier 3 outside of range, as Armel, again, with a Grove Bow and KP Zora, can just make the safest push possible for TNC, just widening this lead. 26 to 14, 11k lead. MG.Trust. Oh,
Gabby.
Jackie.
Oh, he's got Jackie. They will not have enough stun. Jackie's going to time walk away. But KP looking for that swap, is going to be able to get it into Whitemon. The Global Silence is out, however, and that's going to slow things down. But Gabby has a blink back onto Jackie. Doesn't have another spear yet. Cookie not going to land either. But the great chase is on for Jackie. He's trying. He's got another time walk, but the Fortune's End is going to fly through, and that'll force out the BKB chance. Jackie's still going to run. Gabby spots him out, but they have no way. Well, they actually did have a swap, but they couldn't get it off in time. Jackie will make it.
That's his 10-second charge, though. Again, not the situation he'd like to use that. Rather unfortunate for MG.Trust. But they're really just trying their best to keep up in farm. So Jackie's at least buying some space out. We are much more used to Jackie using space, though. So again, this is stalling out that timing into the MKB for our Faceless Void. Fearless does have an Aether Lens now, so he has a little bit more range, but you can see Armel doesn't care. Still has the Aegis for a few more seconds and just goes for another tier 3.
Oh, Armel, where's his Vengeful Spirit? He needs more range. Armel, come on, back off. You don't need to take tower hits, Armel. You've got a Venge and a Growth Bow. There you go. That's better.
Oh man.
He needs some vision. Of course, his supports haven't gotten him wards either, John. So poor Armel. But you know, all this hard work hitting creeps and no observer wards. Meanwhile, Gabby apparently kills off Q down at the bot lane just by himself. And here comes the voice line spam once again. I'd like to ask you, John, Motivate.Trust, what can they do to come back now? It just seems like a very difficult game to come back to.
They've got to get a perfect team fight. We're talking about a 3-man chrono or a 2 to 3-man chrono, Global Silence on top, getting the instant burst off, landing your spells as the Zeus and as the Bloodseeker, and kind of going from there. I think the targets you're looking for, you can't afford to try Armelican. Like, even with the MKB, he does have his stats up. I think you will have to look for these supports, maybe KP. So KP or Tims or Whitemon have to go first. You can clean up afterwards. I'd say Whitemon's the highest priority, but Look at this TNC. Again, no reason to be scared.
Oh, Jackie's got the MKB. He's going to give it a crack in KB. He got trapped in that chrono. Armel is dropping quick, but they do heal him up with the false promise now out on Armel. He's going to turn back around, trying to fight this one out. KB is dropping low, but Gabby, he's killed off Fearless into Jackie. They got the Void. Armel does die, but what does it matter? They're getting everyone else on the side of MG.Trust and Q. Well, he's been left behind. He's going to die. Masaros, even he's not safe in his own base. As Gabby gonna spear him to his own building. They do buy back on the silencer, but Boombell is not gonna be able to do anything to help. And on the brighter side, John, they do kill off Armel. On the negative side, they've lost their whole team. They are gonna have to commit buybacks and probably still lose a Rax.
It's a lot slower going here for TNC in the push though. Looks like they will keep it up, but that tower is not melting as fast still. It's just 2 heroes defending. But MG.Trust, they don't have their teamfight spells, Mike. No chrono, no global science.
Gabby.
They can't throw any spells out.
Nice spear back again into the building of the Dire, and Boombell will die back. This is looking like a very nice game here as they do repair kit up the melee barracks, and it looks like with Fearless spawning with Jackie, maybe they back off, and they do. They don't want to risk dying to Jackie as he does now have damage. But with a 17k net worth lead, TNC, there is no reason for them to try and rush this game.
No, they can take it late. They've got the Medusa. That's killed spectacularly well. You've got ways of going for Tims to itemize and kind of get his talents up as well. And speaking of Tims, he does have the Ags, basically. So the Ags is almost just about ready to go, just about ready to be bought out here for the snap. So now you have this gobble up play with Medusa. Now you've got this gobble up play with Mars, and the gobble up saves as well, on top of that false promise that Whitemon's been really on point with. MG.Trust need to be cautious.
Jackie's going to be alright. They aren't going to chase him down. This is all the Void can do right now, is just keep lanes pushed out. He's going to keep trying. Meanwhile, TNC happy to just take the triangle away. Mel looks like he is going to start working towards a satanic build-up. There's your Ags as well now on Tim's, finally being completed. And I wonder, do you just toss in Gabby on the Mars? Or do you even toss in Armel and just pop the Stone Gaze?
Yeah, either one is pretty darn good. I'd say Armel's probably the ballsier play, if you really are feeling that far ahead. It's a bit riskier. I think Gabby's a bit safer, if you want to. And that does kind of give them more reach. Yeah, we were talking about maybe some slight catch issues, but it's definitely resolved now. MG.Trust, I mean, it's getting worse. Even Whitemon has the farm to save up for a Lotus Orb now. He's saving up for it. It's still 900 gold off, but that is still spectacularly fast for a pause 5. And KP, he's got a blink. So he can get himself in the right spot to get those swaps off. He can now set up for offensive swaps as well. And MG.Trust has to be so careful in this defense. They do have their spells back up. Chrono's ready to go. Rupture's ready to go. Thunder God's Rat is there as well. But TNC's not giving them any openings. They're just playing in this jungle, getting some farm. The Roche is up if they wanted to go for that first. Aegis and Cheese ready to go. And that might just be the next safe objective they take first.
Well, MG.Trust, it looks like they are aware of the Roche timer as they do smoke up. It's definitely something big for them, right? Like, they need to try and contest this Roshan somehow. With the Chrono, with all their ultimates, they definitely can give this a crack. If they win this team fight, MG.Trust may find themselves all the way back into this game. They'll get started. Jackie, he's just going to wait and hope somebody walks down to try and go into the pit. TNC, they seem to be well aware that they are around as their wards were getting de-warded. They'll smoke up themselves, and Gabby has a full heart up now. Jeez, he's a tanky boy. Into the dire jungle they go. G.Trust. I'm going to try and back off, but Gabby... Oh, he gets an arena. Jackie walks right into the arena. This is looking bad. He'll commit the Chrono, but look at the damage, John. He's doing nothing. He's doing nothing to Armel right now. He is getting through the mana, though. Jackie's going to keep trying to fight this one out. The Stone Gaze. There's actually no mana left. He does make it work, Jackie. He does get the kill onto Whitemon. They get another. They even cancel the TP of Tim's. And I thought to myself, surely there's no way they kill Armel there. But Jackie, after the mana was expended, John, Armel, he didn't have enough to stone gaze. So Jackie just kept hitting away.
There's a bit of a mistake there from Tims. He gobbled up Whitemon before Whitemon could use his spell, so he couldn't save Armel. And without the Oracle, that Medusa is a bit of a sitting duck if you have 3 heroes focusing it. So they've got to watch that gobble up. I think Tims was just trying to break an initiation on the back, but it cost him big time.
Gabby gonna jump in, has an arena in 2 seconds, but Q is gonna roll back onto Gabby with the silence now, and Jackie, he's killed off one in the form of KB, but Gabby does kill off Fearless, but Gabby, he's a bit of a sitting duck now. He needs some help. A huge gobble up out from Tims, but is it gonna be enough? Jackie wants to chase, and Q goes in as well, but Gabby still moving forward, still trying to go. They'll go on Tims. The Snapfire in trouble, getting bashed up, will cookie away, but Jackie's not done yet. Not with the Snapfire. Back on. The false promise will be there from Whitemon, saving the day, but not for him. He will go down. Whitemon will die, but Q will as well. Jackie still chasing with Boombell. The Arcane Curse will be there, but they want to go back for the Roshan, or maybe not Jackie. He has the ward on the high ground. He has vision over TNC. But Armel is back. Gobble Up is out and does actually catch out Boombell here. Nice gobble up there from Tims. And with that, they are into the Roshan pit. Jackie against the world. He's not going to be around to try and contest the Roshan, and doesn't have Chrono anyway for it. TNC now. Going to move up through the mid lane, I think.
Yeah, they've got the second life, they've got the cheese available. They know Chrono is down for a little bit longer. Not quite that long, though. There is a global silence when you do get the silencer respawn. There is no buyback, though. Like, they did die back on Fearless, so that's something we have to be cautious about. But this butterfly should allow Jackie to survive a little bit more up front.
Oh, spear. Oh, Gabby, he's not going to get the spear off. Q, he'll get the BKB in time, rolling back in onto KB. Jackie does have the Chrono back up now, but he wants a big one. We saw him deal with Armel earlier on. If he can make that happen again, he's got to go through 2 lives. But we've seen Jackie do better things than that, so we'll give him a chance here. Armel still, though, is just focusing down the racks, very confident with his own positioning. Gabby gonna jump in, nice arena out, catching 2, but the Chrono in the backlines. Jackie going straight after that Medusa again. The Aegis is probably gonna go down as Armel. No, the false promise is there in time. Armel, he'll have another 10 seconds to fight this one out before he goes into his second life. They'll get Boombell and Fearless onto Gabby. He's just fine though to hold up the shield, and Armel is gonna survive through the false promise, getting a 3-for-0 trade. Whitemon saves the day and even saves the Aegis, and there's the GG, Jackie. He says there is no chance left in this game. And TNC, they do pull off game number 1.
Yeah, it was a very different draft coming through, but they managed to play really well with the Armel. Medusa, Gabby just so active on that Mars, setting up kills. And MG.Trust, they tried to go back to this playstyle that we saw when they're behind. They play on the opposite side of the map. They tried to secure farm for Jackie, sacrificing everyone else, except this time, TNC was ready. TNC kept wards down bot. TNC made the rotations down bot to gank up those heroes farming up. And that's something MG.Trust has to respect. They need to be aware that TNC perhaps understands their game plan and maybe look for a different approach in this matchup.
All props to TNC, though. I mean, the draft was executed just so well. And they just looked like they were playing in perfect unison this game. We'll see if they can keep it up in game 2. MG.Trust, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they're going to do. Of course, it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes for our second game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of this best of 2 series between MG.Trust Gaming and TNC Predator. It is, of course, MLP DOTA and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling after that game 1?
I'm feeling great, Mike. It was right around merienda time as well. We had a bit of a break. Had some cochinta. It's like a sweet.
Pronounce it
even know what to
properly,
describe
John.
it.
I mean, your pronunciation is
Cochinta.
so bad.
It's cochinta. It really is. It's just I don't know what it is in English. It's
Cochinta? Is that how you say it?
cochinta.
Cochinta. Alright. There you go.
Cochinta.
See, I say it one time and I'm already a Filipino. You see that, John?
You say so. You say so. If you say so, Mike, I won't comment on that. But
Could you
I had
at least-
that. I had some monster.
What is it, though? What is cochinta?
Gosh, I can't describe it.
What
I
do you
want to
mean?
say it's rice-based. It's like a rice-based jelly, chewy thing. I honestly don't know. It's just good. It's good. I chugged some monster. It was super sweet together, but it's pretty nice. Pretty
Excellent.
pleasant. Good merienda, fitting for Halloween. And we've got quite the game through. It's a shake-up here. MG.Trust banned out the Faces Void themselves. They go with this Mirana Elder Titan start. TNC, Lich Phantom Assassin. So quite the shake-up from the past few games. And we'll see if we'll see what the game plan is. Lich PA. There's some great potential to dive in. Frost Armor plus the Blink Strike is really darn good. MG.Trust, Mirana plus ET. We've seen the ET off, so that might just be our Masaro's hero out here early, but could also be just the pause 4 hero for Q. So we'll see what they want. Or pause 5 with a Mirana 4. It's kind of in the air, but it is leaning towards a core ET, and we'll just see how it develops from there. Very different game plan here from MG.Trust.
Well, I think they do need to switch it up. I mean, TNC, clearly, they came in today. They're not playing any games, apart from Dota 2, but it is all serious here from TNC today. And just with this opening alone, I mean, we've seen Gabby play the PA so many times. Does love the hero, plays it in a very aggressive fashion. It's always very entertaining to watch him play this PA. Because the question on my mind is what Jackie's going to pick up here for his own position 1. We saw him on that Void, but he was doing good work, right? Like, I mean, even up against all the odds, he was making it look like maybe MG.Trust could have made a comeback. In the end, it was just too late, and the draft didn't really come together. So we'll see what they do to change things up. I mean, I already like the switch up with the Mirana Elder Titan. It's just what they follow up with in terms of these cores. I mean, you already pointed out you do think maybe we're seeing an Elder Titan core here. Hopefully, for our sake, it's not something weird like a Position 1 Elder Titan that I was seeing from Europe. I believe it was OG running that. That did not work out very well. Props to them, though, for experimenting. They are one of those teams that can pull off the really wild kind of stuff. But not that time.
Oh,
So
that does sound pretty fun. I would like to see it, honestly, because it sounds so memey. Like, I can see ET. You'd still rush Ags as a core, but you can go away with like the Echo Saber build. So you try to get as many people in the spirit, go up, quack them, and watch them die in 2 hits. Pretty funny. In the early game, I don't know about the scalability of that one as a pause 1, but not likely here for MG.Trust. Don't worry about that, Mike. MG.Trust is not that crazy. They're wacky, but not that crazy. We'll see what they pull out. I think you look back at game 1, I think the biggest issue there was TNC picked all of these Void counters. We talked about the swap from the Venge, the Oracle with a False Promise and Disarm. You had even the Medusa's kind of counter because of how Stone Gaze works. And you had all of those counter picks already on hand, but they still went with the pause 1 Void. It was just such a hard game for Jackie to actually make those plays. And I think they're going to have to look at something where Jackie can be a bit more independent. I have the strange feeling they might be eyeing either the illusion heroes that you love to mention, so the PL, the Naga, maybe the TB, or the AM. I think they might be looking at those. You've only got Lich right now to hold, and the Grimstroke, it's not the best hold as well. So this could maybe be the AM. We've seen MG.Trust dip into that for Jackie before, but that's probably going to wait until the last few picks there.
Well, the Grimstroke does come out for TNC. A bit of a... Well, it's either Tim's or Whitemon. Either way, both of them know how to play this hero quite nicely, but Motivate.Trust, they go into the Doom. That could be a mid-Doom we're seeing, but I do feel like maybe Masaros takes the Doom into the off lane. It is a bit of a flex pick, though. It can go either way. TNC Predator, they will respond with a Slaughter, which is kind of the answer to the Doom now, as you just get that Slaughter against the Doom, and there's no real way the Doom wins that lane. So another very flexible pick here from TNC. Obviously, as well, it does combo very nicely with the Lich Grimstroke, right? Because you have the Frost Shield on one end, you've got Inkswell on the other. So no matter how you lane the Slaughter and which support you lane it with, it is still really going to enjoy having either support. And so is the PA as well, because you have the Blink Strike.
Yeah, it's just really aggressive of a start here for TNC. In line with what we saw with them from game one. They were just absolutely running down early on, trying to win out their lanes hard. The heroes they have on hand now will enable that. It's fairly straightforward synergy as well, right? Like Soulbind, double Chain Frost, always nice to have. Really strong, actually, once you get that going. So that's something MG.Trust will have to be a bit cautious about. And it's surprising they let the Slaughter slide through, right? Like we tend to see that banned when you see a PA, but they just kind of let it go. So now you have this natural Corrosive Haze combo. TNC should be looking to play fairly quick here for the side of Gabby, and we've already seen him again. Game one on his Mars, he didn't really want to farm, he just wanted to fight. MG.Trust, though, do go for the Storm. So feeling confident because they see the PA. There isn't any room for an AM pick here, and they just go straight to it. Now, you don't have the most instantaneous stunts. It can be a bit tricky to lock in the Storm, and Fearless gets to play that hero, so we'll see how much he can pull out from that mid lane. TNC's got a lot of ways to kind of tackle it in their draft, though.
10 seconds
I like the Storm pickup. Always a big fan of the Fearless Storm. Of course, we did see it in the earlier series, and Fearless was struggling quite a bit, but he did still make a lot of space so that Jackie could farm up, and that game did work out anyway. Still, final ban-outs now to come before we get to see some more picks coming up.
10 seconds.
Well, I think TNC, if MG.Trust doesn't ban it, Kunkka's always on the table here. Of course, you'd be running a full melee lineup, which, I mean, outside of the supports, all three cores would be melee, which might lead to kiting problems, but I think the Kunkka would be too bad. X Mark to hold the Storm down is always nice. And of course, Boat Rum, Torrent for your PA Slaughter is fantastic. That isn't the ban out, so they do go for the Zeus instead, which means TNC could slide down for it if they want to.
I think that's a very good pick, actually, John, for TNC. The Armel Kunkka, one of his favorites as well, so it does kind of fit the player very nicely, and it's, as you pointed out, it's just a nice way of bringing these heroes back with the X. And I mean, you never really want to say no to more team fight if you're TNC with this draft. Team fight is going to mean pretty good stuff for them, and even having that boat run buff to really buff up your PA and your Slaughter to make sure they don't die in 2 seconds is always going to be nice. But Motivate.Trust, last pickup, Lifestealer. Okay? Not an easy game for the Lifestealer, I might add.
Yeah, we've seen this back and forth, right? Lifestealer versus PA. The timings are very, very strange. It's always one of those pause one matchups that are really hard to call. Like if the PA goes to a running start, Lifestealer gets torn through. But if the Lifestealer just wants to stand and fight, gets the MKB at a good point, then he can also take control. So it's a rather strange back and forth. Of course, you do have a natural infest vehicle in the Storm. The question stands here for MG.Trust is, who's their support? So probably maybe a core Doom off, or there's room for a support Doom. The issue is with Mirana, ET and Doom are kind of greedy as supports, as a duo with Mirana. So that's something MG.Trust will have to kind of get started early on. And TNC do go with the Puck instead. So they want a different way to rip through the back, Dream Coil to kind of stop the Storm. And Armel's going to have that matchup. I think Puck against Storm is fairly good for the Puck. You have better range. You've got some pretty good right-click animation and right-click damage. You can kind of keep up with a wave clear. Probably not a kill lane until, 6 mark is the typical point. But MG.Trust have this Mirana, so Q can look to make those rotations. And it is the core Doom here from us. They're going to have the Doom PA lane. Just try to bully out the PA as much as possible. Of course, that the Doom can also hold its own. Once you have level 3, you can sustain yourself. You can just play with Devour. So the early aggression here from TNC's lineup and not be able to really punish a Doom here.
Just before we get into the game, John, I read someone asking if I was the Saudi prince that was investing in the battle pass levels. No, I'm not the Saudi prince, but I guess I wish I was. With that much money the guy has. My battle pass, I think it went up to level 800, was it, John?
Yeah, around 800, I think. 840, I think.
I donated my money to Gabe, and I know, I had to give my donations, give my hope for the blessings of Gaben, and, did my part.
Yeah.
But definitely not like the Saudi prince. Shout out to that guy, I guess. Yeah. If he's watching. If he is watching, by the way, hello, it's your brother. I run out of funds. I need you to send me a quick meal, please. Thank you.
Add the Lamborghini on top as well,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, John. Wouldn't mind that either.
Still, this is going to be a great game too here, Mike. Really explosive from both sides. We've got to watch out for Jackie. Game 1 was not good for him, as we've gone back to. But when you give him something like the lifesteal, I think he will look to fight a little bit more. And there they go again. White Ron and Jackie. What are they trying to say? So I hiss.
6. I can't keep up with these people. What are they saying? SYE6. I feel like I shouldn't be reading this with these guys. They're spelling Whitemon. Whitemon helping out as well. This is tricky. They're actually trying to go in. Wow. Okay. Soy.
What? And Gabby's just like, tanginan nyo.
What does that mean, John?
He's cursing out.
Oh, there it is. My Pro. Big shout out to My Pro, of course.
All of that to build into that?
Well, how have we gone a whole series without shouting out My Pro? Big shout out to that man. Where is My Pro?
I have no clue. He's on Facebook. You can see him post. There you go. The Jack was like,
My Pro Total 10.
There we go.
I hear it's My Pro's birthday today, John, by the way. So
Always is.
Always is. Shout out to My Pro Dota 10. Hopefully we get to cast him one day. It's been a while, John. I don't know where the man is.
Absolutely. What are they trying to fanatic?
Don't spell that. No, calm down now. Let's not go that far. Let's not trash talk other teams when they're not even around.
Masaros? No, they stopped. Oh, Jackie loved hanging. Oh my god.
I love these guys. I love that everyone's so friendly with each other.
Oh yeah.
Which is ironic, right? Because this is SEA, of all things. People claim this is the toxic region, but I've always disagreed with that. I've never thought SEA was that toxic.
No, definitely not. I mean, I think you have to understand what we do when we throw out those kinds of talk. It's just going back to like the internet cafe culture. It's a little bit more intimate. You're up close. It used to be you play Dota on LAN, Dota 1 on Warcraft 3 on LAN, right? So you trash talk the dude right next to you. At the end of the day, you kind of shake hands, you pat each other's backs, and have a good laugh.
No one's actually out to hurt each other, I think. That's the point. Like, the intention is for everyone to just have fun and win a game.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, top lane, Masaros is about to die, and he does. Gabby and Whitemon able to kill him off very early on. I guess it's one way to do it against the Doom, right? It's only level 1 Devour. He doesn't have Scorched Earth. You kill him ASAP.
Yeah, and that's actually level 1 Frost Blast for Whitemon. So they're not playing with a Frost Shield yet. This lane's going to get even more aggressive once you get those levels up on Lich. And that is the issue for Doom. We talk about level 3 being his major spike in sustainability. Level 1, but level 1 Devour, as you tend to expect, you don't really do much. So Masaros is just going to have to hold out a little bit more. has a Scorched Earth now, but still not going to amount to much. Still, you are seeing some good presence of mind here from Q trying to cut off, but even he can't trade well.
Dagger out. They are giving a lot of that damage over to Q. Frost Shield not going to be there quite in time, but they do force a leap charge away from that Mirana, so now Q only has one left, and it looks like he is going to be rather low on regen as he does make the rotation out of the lane for a bit. Maybe looking to set up now for an arrow onto Armel a bit later on. Speaking of Armel, by the way, Johnny's farming very well right now, 15-5 in comparison to the 9-0 of Fearless. I suppose that is to be somewhat expected from the Puck, as it does tend to have a very nice kind of base damage to start things off, and Armel knows this hero very, very well.
Yeah, it's really quite the back and forth. We talked about this for the Puck, though, like those slight advantages in the right-click animation, base damage is always pretty nice, so Fearless has to put in the work to make this happen, and he will have to get those rotations out. So we'll see if Q will get that opportunity. Power runes, very important for both sides, but you know, it's going to be a tricky one considering how busy the top lane is. Now, the bot lane, the one lane we haven't talked about, where you do have Boombell around with Jackie, although it's been smooth going here for Jackie for the most part. KP's also been finding some steady farm, though. Not too much excitement yet. There is opportunities if they want to throw the Inkswell out with the stun combinations and the Slardar, but it looks like for now they are just settling on farming here.
Fair enough. Boombell. Be there to make sure that Jackie does have a decent enough time. KB should really just enjoy this lane quite a lot, though.
Yeah.
Everything pretty stock standard across the map, I'd say, John. Very quiet so far. Just one kill out.
Yeah. The one weakness here for TNC is the rotations. So you can see Whitemon camping for that 4-minute rune. It's a Lich. And, you know, same goes with Tim's. It's a Grimstroke. It's not as bombastic as the Mirana or ET. It will get the job done, though. Just no commitment from MG to contest, and that gives Tim's a nice haste to run around the jungle with.
Radiant's courier has been killed. The Dire
Q is still roaming around. Masaros having a very tough time in this top lane. Gabby essentially free farming, which is what he tends to get done on these PAs.
Yeah. It's again, it's a bit surprising that Q hasn't gotten the space to rotate, although Masaros.
Getting it jumped on here. Masaros going to try and go for a run, but Gabby has the slow with the Frost Shield and the dagger out. Masaros out of Scorched Earth, basically. He still has an active, but it's not doing too much, and Gabby is able to pick up another kill into Q, who has one leap charge, has another, and it looks like he has a third. He'll be right. Just TP out of there. But Gabby going back onto Fearless now. He does take the banner in away from the storm, but needs to be careful of the damage. Vortex there, but Gabby evades a hit. Back onto Fearless. He's not level 6, and he is going to go down. Fearless really needed that that bounty rune, but doesn't quite get it.
Been a slow start overall for MG.Trust, and they might maybe trade bot, but even if it's a Lifestealer versus Lardar, Strength versus Lifestealer, Jackie's just not able to maximize it. He can't really be safe with just Rage because of how KP's Bash of the Deeps goes through that immunity. And the biggest hurting point for MG.Trust is mid. Fearless off a very slow start means his Orchid timing's going to be late, means that his Power Spike's going to be late, although Q is around, but doesn't land.
Green Coil, mid lane. Fearless still level 5 right now. Gabby is going to make a quick rotation out. Fearless tries for the Vortex, but there's no way out of this. He's going to go down again. I love the fact that TNC continues to focus in on this Storm prior to that level 6 mark. They'll kill him for the second time, and Fearless, he is not having a great time at all. And John, by the way, all 4 kills right now are on Gabby. Tim's, meanwhile, going to go onto Boombell with Armel, having a double damage, wanting to keep going. Boombell very low, but we'll be able to try and juke this out. Still Armel wanting to go for more, but he is out of spells to use, or maybe not. The orb is just going to be used to escape. It's going to be all right.
Still a really good start here. As you mentioned, Gabby just being so willing to jump around is really giving opportunities for himself to find some farm. Now, there are some massive stacks here for MG.Trust that they haven't been able to contest, so that is some recovery here for Masaros. But with this kind of slow start, you're expecting the Doom, the Storm, and perhaps even the Life Stealer playing in that jungle. There might not be enough jungle space to really get all of these heroes up to snuff in time. So they've got to watch themselves here, MG.Trust. They need to hold on to these towers in case TNC starts to push. And we're looking at that timer. We're at the 7-minute mark. Normally, we see a tier 1 going at around 7 to 10 minutes. They're going to have to hold out when TNC makes that aggressive move.
That they will. They might just wait for the next siege creep though to really start that push. In fact, top lane John Masaros again going to be jumped here on this Doom. While shield out, Masaros he just moves so slowly. It's in slow motion as Armel gonna take the kill and jump into the backlines now. Doesn't really find out Q, but does have a Dream Coil. He's thinking about it. Eventually thinks better of it. Everything's going to be okay. Meanwhile, bot lane, the jump is going to be there onto KB with the Vortex out from Fearless, but KB, a 3-man stun. He's going to try and make a run for it, but there's no way out. Infest was there from Jackie. He makes sure he takes the kill for himself. He does.
It's a concerted effort, but they do at least find 1 kill on the board. It's still Armel in this.
Boombell again going to be in danger. Armel. He has the Dream Coil, but he just doesn't need it. There's no way for them to help him out. DNC continue to dominate this game, number 2.
It's just so difficult, and you can see Masaros again just solo.
Again, salves up. Gabby looking for the hit, but can't get it. A nice stomp away. No, he's going to dive in anyway. Gabby doesn't care, but he's been doomed up. That was not the play, but can he get away from this? Arrow is available on Q. He won't use it yet. Does go for the close-up, but here comes KP to try and help out. Still Gabby trying to run. That Doom damage should kill him off, and eventually will. Masaros gets the kill. KP does trade with Q. But it's definitely a very important kill for the side of MG.Trust to get.
Yeah, they managed to slow down that PA just a tad. A bit too aggressive there, Gabby. Gotta know your limits. Masaros, very good turnaround there in the end. It was really the fact that he juked around the trees, getting his salve off that enabled that play. So props to him. Now, MG.Trust, they're not actually lagging too far behind. Like, you look at Jackie's farm, it's matching Gabby for the most part. And Gabby will be going for the Battle Fury build, but with a faster buildup of Armlet, I think you can expect Jackie to be ready to at least play around the map a bit more.
Tim's onto Boonville. And with Gabby there, it's going to be his 5th kill of the game now. Gabby, if this keeps up, John, he's going to have an extremely fast Battle Fury timing. Definitely going to be sub 15 minutes for sure, but way earlier than that, as he has just had such a free game, apart from that 1 death up top.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary time if Gabby's allowed to just free farm like this. You want to see MG.Trust take control of that jungle, but they're not in a position to push. So as long as these tier 1 towers stand evenly across the board, TNC is always going to be slightly happier, considering that they are slightly more efficient at this point. You know, Gabby's just able to clear these camps by himself just fine. Jackie is looking at the Armlet up, basically. He's got the recipe flying in. So our Life Stealer can maybe look for Infest plays, but your Storm's still way too poor. You're still looking for Fearless to finish up his Orchid, and that's still a few hundred gold off. And meanwhile, TNC, they are getting ready for their own tier 1 push at last. Up top, KP's ready to at least shove in.
He is. Got the siege creep there. They want to just get this tower down. Same thing happening down at the bot lane. In fact, Jackie was trying to go onto Tim's, but will not bother. Will instead go back towards that tier 1 bottom tower and get started. Double glyph up. Just protecting that siege creep. Over KB. He's going to TP in. He does not want the direct trade, but rather wants to defend, but Fearless. He's going to jump in onto Tim's, gets the kill, but here come more rotations. Armel, he's going to come in with a Dream Coil out. Chain Frost is there, and oh, Dream Coil, it's missed. Lands on nothing from Armel, but he's still... Oh, Jackie!
Oh, boy.
Jackie! Ooh. What the hell was that?
I'm not sure.
Did he just accidentally walk the wrong way?
Maybe? Maybe he was looking to get an infest. Looks like he was left behind. Rather unfortunate, but TNC now find themselves 3k up, and they still might be able to catch more if they're not careful here.
Yeah, no dream call up though. Masteros should be just fine. Bottom lane, Arrow is out onto KB. B needs to just pop the sprint and try to get out of there, but Boombell should be able to just set up for a stomp. It won't land, but Fearless now is zipping in. He loses half his mana and does not actually get on top of the Slider. Again, TNC are just going to defend that bot lane while Armel does split push the mid lane, and that's going to force Masteros, instead of joining his team with that Doom up, to just try and defend the mid tier 1 tower. And that he will. It's going to be kind of annoying though for MG.Trust, not being able to use this Doom off cooldown. And still not be able to get that tier 1 tower, as now they have spotted out some ancient stacks here for Gabby. Jackie, he's going to try and get started. But they are not going to let him take this for free. They are going to get aggressive here, TNC. To Jackie, KB, straight onto that Slider with the stomp up. He is waiting for his team to get in close. They can get the Vortex on. Back onto KP, but a nice stop. It's not going to matter, however. Now the Chain Frost bouncing through. A double Chain Frost, in fact, and Gabby gets in onto Fearless. Kills off the Storm. Can he deal with Jackie, however? He'll give it a shot with the Dream Call and the Gaze out. Jackie, he just melts. Gabby has too much damage. Now Boombell trying to TP away. He's going to be alright. But they protect the stacks. Gabby has a 13-minute Battle Fury. And that T1 bottom tower is still standing.
Now that was just perfectly timed for TNC. They defend the stacks and then immediately clear it with a fresh BK, with a fresh Battle Fury. So they're dancing for joy there. MG.Trust, they're just kind of running in, but the equations aren't adding up. They didn't have Masteros, they didn't have the Doom. They need that Doom out to get control here. And TNC 14 minutes in, 5k ahead. That is not a good sign for MG.Trust. They need so much more time to farm. We need Jackie to get into this, looks like Sanj into MKB. He's gonna need that MKB if he wants to do any damage at all. Fearless as well has to somehow find the farm to get the Orchid. And we talked about, you know, how much farm needed to go through for these heroes. If they start to fall behind, well, this is that point where a couple of these cores now have to dip into the opposite jungle to find some safe farm. And with these, you know, with these towers still standing, that's never safe. And TNC are just, they've got all the room in the world to walk around. They've got half a smoke here just on Tim's, but...
Armel, onto Jackie. We'll just avoid the lifestealer. Does not want the fight with him. Arrow though, nice out from Q. Just not really going to be enough. So there is not really much follow-up onto Armel. Masteros though gets a nice Doom off onto the puck. Very, very patient play out from our Doom. And that'll be, oh, nice deny, Gabby. He blinks in for the deny. He gets it perfectly, but now the Earth Splitter with the Stomp Bound. This could be disastrous, Gabby. He's vortexed up with the Inkswell, though. He might try to fight back. The Chain Frost comes through. The double stun is there, and now with the Gaze, they want to turn on Boombell, but Fearless is going to go after the PA, but they can't hit him, Gabby. He's juking him out. They can't get him at all. They'll try onto KP with an arrow, but none of it matters. Nobody is dying. Everyone needs to leave from Motivate Trust. They have lost everything. They get nothing.
Oh my god. On the edge again, TNC. Someone's waking them up on the right side, Mike. Just on the edge, finding everything they want. And MG.Trust, the execution falling flat. It looked like a good Doom for Masteros, but they couldn't find a kill. It was just denied, so it kind of washes all of that down. Now that does lead to Masteros actually getting a blink, though. That should simplify the process, but I think TNC, knowing that that spell is down, they have the Dream Coil. They don't have their support ults, but they can still look to make a play without worrying about the Doom. That's going to be a long time for the Doom, about 1 minute, 10 seconds. So TNC could easily look to perhaps pressure a tower if they wanted to, or just go hunting for kills.
Bot lane Armel. Take down that tier 1 tower. Very late tier 1 tower down to that bot lane to be taken, but better late than never. It's not really like it's affected them either. I mean, Gabby is just farming so freely. Almost 10k net worth and is just way ahead of Jackie at the moment. By about 2k in front. Deso up soon. Aghanim Scepter straight after that. No need for a BKB this game for Gabby, apparently. See if that pays off. Whitemon gonna go on to Boom Bell. Mel, does he want to commit the coil? Yeah, it looks like he will. Let's get a nice kill, and Fearless now wanting to switch back around with the Orchid out. Does get Mel. A very nice trade out for MG.Trust.
Yeah, that's a good Orchid reveal there for Fearless. They find a very big kill, and that's enough to kind of give them a good spot here, although they have to worry about this jump in.
Gabby. Kill off Q. Gonna go now onto Masaros.
Cautious
go back
about
in.
this one.
They have the
There's
chain
Deso and
frost.
Gabby. They're gonna
Yep.
melt.
They are gonna melt, that's for sure, John. It's critting for about 850 damage on the neutrals. Pretty nice. We are 17 minutes into the game. Thing is, you might want to wait for Armel, and he's got 10 seconds on the Dream Coil, so they're definitely going to want that first. But Armel, he's got the boots of travel, so he will rejoin his team now. MG.Trust, they're just going to sit back and try to relax a bit. Buy more time for Jackie to get that MKB up so he can actually fight the PA. So right now, he just keeps missing every hit. Asaros is going to take care of that mid-tier 1 and just keep it protected. Just going to buy time and space. That's all there is to it.
It's gonna be a long time though for Jackie's MKB. It's just slow going. The Lifestealer just doesn't flash farm too fast. They do have this space down in the opposite jungle, but there are some good wards here from TNC, so they know.
Nice orb. Very nice orb out from Armel. Now up towards that top lane. Everyone TP's in. Fearless, got to be a bit cautious here. And Gabby just kills off Boombell apparently. Fearless not running away yet. The gaze comes in. Ooh. Gabby! Oh, it's a lot of damage, John. It's I didn't think the gaze would be enough to hold down the storm, but apparently it was.
Oh man, it's this ward. It's this TNC ward watching your own jungle. Again, keeping track of these farming patterns on MG.Trust. The sentry right outside range. So really unfortunate for MG.Trust. And this Roshan will not last. Mike, Corrosive Haze, PA, you couldn't ask for a faster Roshan than this.
No, you couldn't. They do jump in, however. Masaros trying to get in for a stun, but the Aegis was picked up, and now the double chain frost gonna bounce through. Earthsplitter is there, but Jackie, he cannot fight this. He needs to run before Armel gets the Dream Coil off. Nice attempt, but yeah, no cigar. TNC gonna walk away with that Aegis. Gabby gets an Imp Claw. Fair enough, Gabby. You didn't have enough damage yet. Give him the Imp Claw as well. He'll hold on to that.
You gotta love it when you're ahead. You're just even further ahead now. 6-19 at 20 minutes in. 5k lead now for TNC. MG.Trust still waiting for the MKB on Jackie. Still about 1,600 gold off. We're seeing Fearless here rush the BKB as well in his storm, just to be able to stand and fight. No,
yeah, Fearless doesn't want to be here right now. Armel got perfect vision. Ink Swell as well with the silence and the Dream Call. Perfectly timed from Armel. Gets Fearless. Now gets the Yules off onto that Mirana. She does have leap charges. In fact, she'll turn around for an arrow. And here comes Jackie. He wants the trade. And he might just get up at the phase shift. It's going to be there, but Jackie. Nice pick off. He does get a bit of revenge there for Fearless. All things said, it is still an even enough game, but the thing is, the puck's not what you got to worry about. It's Gabby. He's the one that's just out of control right now. In fact, down towards the south, it looks like Whitemon does get caught out. So it's another nice kill here for the side of Motivate. But Gabby's going to jump in by himself. Almost kills off Masaros. Commits the blur. Jackie willing to fight. Doesn't have the MKB finished yet. Is about 1k off. But Gabby isn't done yet. Jumping in again, but Fearless gets the Vortex off with the Doom out. But KP, a 3-man stun. Now Gabby turns back around. Shreds two of them. Jackie trying to run. He needs to not get critted right now. It won't even matter. They kill him off anyway. An arrow out onto Gabby, but he has the Aegis of the Immortal. He doesn't care. KB just with the 3-man stun there in the last team fight, and Gabby, dagger almost kills off Q. In fact, Gabby's gonna dive. He wants to go for this Mirana kill. He'll get it. Oh, it's a boom bill. He crits him for 1.2k. Gabby, that's enough. These people have families. That is enough from you, sir.
Oh my god. That is just filthy of Gabby. Just diving in, and he's not scared. This is a PA with no BKB, no defensive items at all. Not a worry in the world. Going for the Basher next. Tier 2 mid not gonna last, and MG.Trust. They need so much more farm to get going, and
Masaros needs to run. Jackie is going to preemptively TP in. He knows he needs to help, but what Jackie really needs right now is that MKB. They just have no chance without it, and Gabby straight onto Masaros just deletes him. Where was he anyway? Back in, onto Jackie. He's been stunned up again, trying to run. The Chain Frost bouncing around. Fearless, he can't escape it. Boom Bill ends up killing his own teammate and Jackie. Oh no, Boom Bill.
Oh boy.
Oh.
This is painful.
You know, Fearless last game, he died because the neutral item wasn't picked up by his supports. In this game, Boom Bill is going to get in trouble. Some words will be exchanged in the team chat right now.
Yeah, it's just so awkward because they're trying to position themselves, and that Chain Frost just keeps chasing. So now high ground for TNC at 23.5 minutes in, and it's just gone.
This draft was just way too good from TNC. They just got everything. Okay, but look at this. He's gonna die. He doesn't care. He knows he can 1v5 them right now. He kills off Boom Bill with no crits. Onto Masaros. There's your stun out. He's been deleted. Fearless tries to help out. He needs to just get out. Gabby might just turn around, but they commit the buyback. He's gonna try and fight. MG.Trust zipping back in, but Fearless, he is just out of mana. He'll get the Yules off, but Gabby, he's thinking, do I want to turn here? But he will not. Nice little pick up there for Motivate.
Yeah, it's it cost them a couple of buybacks though, and you can see TNC, they're just looking. Oh,
Gabby. I think I'm just gonna follow Gabby the whole time now. Just, what else do I look at? This is the man to watch.
Look at his Q up, Mike. Divine.
Yeah, Divine. I mean, there's not enough damage yet for Gabby. He's not one-hitting them, John. He needs more. Onto the Mirana. She's been silenced. The Inkswell doesn't really pop on her. She tries to run. There's no running. There is no running. Look at Gabby TP down to the bot lane. He sees someone on the map. He doesn't like it. The map looks prettier without an enemy on there. Fearless, can you get lucky? Oh, he gets bashed. He gets bashed. 19-1-7 for Gabby.
You bully.
He's bullying them,
Bully
John.
Gabby. Oh, MG.Trust. This is just 17, 18k lead now for TNC. There is nowhere to farm. There is absolutely nowhere to farm. Jackie's farming the opposite side by himself. He can find farm, but no one else can. And we're still waiting for the MKB. And oh god, yes.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter, DD, PA. This is the dream. Jackie's got an MKB now. I don't think it's going to matter anymore, John. I really don't. Not if he gets caught out here. Don't walk back, Jackie. Just go into the trees, TP out. There you go. That's the way to do it.
Yep. It's a smart play. No 50-50 stay around there. No. Now, it looks like MG.Trust is ready to play. They've infested in Masaros. They might look for a smoke rotation out, but this is blind. They have no info as to where TNC is.
That's going to be a tough fight to go into, John. They're baiting with Boom Bill. They're baiting a wild Gabby, but Armel's the one to jump in. KP will also show up. Masaros is being very patient. He knows he has to go after the PA, but no, he goes after KP now. Gabby just waiting in the shadows. Masaros is just going to run. It is indeed slaughter here in this game number 2. At least they're trying, MG.Trust, but the Abyssal is now finished on Gabby. And I don't think Jackie can survive through that Abyssal Blade stun.
No, definitely not. It's gonna rip right through. And Gabby is at 24 as well. So if they take any longer, 25 will be up. Coup de grace damage or triple stifling dagger. Both of them are pretty darn good.
Well, if he's buying
Yeah.
a Divine Rapier, John, he may as well go for the extra damage. Masteros, though, nice stun out, but he's been Yule Snubbed immediately by Armel. The arrow's there, but KB is there trying to help out, and Gabby gets to work now. Getting a double, getting a triple kill. The cleave is just destroying MG.Trust, and Jackie's had enough. He's had enough. Let the torture end. TNC will win it 2-0. 23-1-7 on LPA. Almost the perfect score, but it may as well be. TNC, John, they had their monster this morning. They're looking good.
That they did, Mike. MG.Trust, they did have to play back-to-back series. For some teams, that really does put a bit of a spanner in the works, and that did give TNC the chance to watch the game plan. MG.Trust tried to recreate it in game number 2. In their second series, in the first game, with that Faces Void, didn't work out. This time around, Lifestealer into PA didn't work as well. Like the support duo of the ET plus the Mirana as well just couldn't do enough. I think they couldn't leave to secure the mid lane for Fearless. That was one big hurting point here for MG.Trust, and it just fell apart. They gave so much space to Gabby early on. It's a PA with a Slardar. It just snowballed so hard.
With that, of course, we are going to move on to our final series of the night. It is going to be between Neon Esports and Adroit, and that should be a very, very entertaining matchup to finish us off for the night. It's MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes for some more SCA Dota 2 action. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final series of the night between the side of Neon Esports and, of course, Adroit. It's MLP, Dota, and John Xfire. And John, I apologize for us being late into the draft, but you seem to be laughing about something, and I'm very curious as to what it is.
It is Dyer's band.
I think you can tell, Mike. Do you see that draft? Neon? They
Oh.
they've taken the playbook
Oh.
out. They decided let's figure out what we want to do, right? Filipino team, Rambulan here, Neon up
Rambulan.
against Adroit. Yep, and
10 seconds
iOS Neon. I believe when we've been watching it, it's 0 out of 3 now.
remain.
So maybe they find that one win with the iOS in this case. Was very
Oh.
confident of them, but we'll see what they pull out here. We'll see what Scam builds up. Adroit a bit more stable here, Mike. Void Spirit and Snap. Now, going back to the history of these teams, right? They've played quite a few times throughout the year. I don't believe they faced off in any BTS tournament, but on the record, this is Adroit favorite over like a bunch of series. They eke out a 5% advantage overall, so they've kind of won out against Neon multiple times. I believe recently as well in their most recent matchup, they did win that. So it looks like they have Neon's number. Very jolly in chat. You know, this time it was Adroit being super cheery. They were wishing well to JG, wishing good luck to JG. MCY got the same wish back. So a lot of respect, good times from both sides. But we don't want that, Mike. We want a fist fight here.
It's war, John. It's Rumbulan, right? There's no time for friends when it's Rumbulan time, and that is what it is for Neon Esports versus Adroit. I really am not sure about this iOS fan. I mean, you've already talked about it. I've told you my feelings about it. We've seen Boom Esports run it many times, and it just doesn't work. We'll see if Neon Esports can make a difference with it, as they do at least have the task to go with as well. Adroit, say, who cares about that? If you're going to run a tri-lane, we'll run a tri-lane with an Undying. And that does appear to be sort of the game plan here from Neon. With this iOS fan task, as you can run a try. Mirana. So, who's playing core here, John?
You know, maybe an offlane task for JG. I think he's done that a couple of times. I was gonna say something crazy like a core IO support Sven, but I don't think Neon's that off the road yet. But it looks like gonna be a core task in this game, unless Yopaj plays a Mirana mid, which again, core Mirana we haven't seen since China for the most part. So I don't know if Neon is gonna want to pull it out, but this is very different coming out from them. Adroit, Undying, we have seen that do someplace a couple of times. You know, in certain situations, it can, especially if you drop a good tombstone, it can really turn the outcome of these fights. Neon does not have the best heroes to take care of that. Mirana is probably their best bet, but even then, you might not want to leap all the way in just to take a tombstone out. So there's some options there for Adroit. Now, Adroit seems to be a bit confused as well. They're taking their time with their next picks. They have some flexibility with their Void Snap, whether or not the Snapfire goes support or the Void goes support, or Snapfire goes offlane, Void mid, something else as their next support in core. Lots of options, but they go into the PA, and we know Nico loves this hero. We watched him in 032. We watched him in some of the Adroit games. He just absolutely loves playing that PA.
That seems to be the answer we always see up against this fan as well. Like, you just choose PA, he can't hit you, he needs to get an MKB to... I mean, look, you can cleave somebody, you can hit someone else and just get the cleave damage on the PA. She can't evade the cleave. But it's not really that simple, right? It's not like Nico's going to stand there within the cleave radius and just kind of take it. So... Neon probably will have to go down the route of something like an MKB on this Sven to actually be able to ensure that they can deal with the PA. But from what we've seen over these iOS Sven games, is it just takes too long to get to that stage where you have an MKB. By the time they do, usually the PA has just kind of become a powerhouse, and it just becomes way too hard to deal with it. But we'll see what Neon's up to, because their draft it's pretty open right now. It's very hard to understand what they're up to with this Tusk Mirana especially. One of these two have to be cores. Unless they're going to run some really, really strange stuff. But I believe one of these two are going to be cores. More so, I think the Mirana is I mean, I've seen offlane Tusk before.
Radiant's turn.
I don't like it at all, but I've seen it many times.
Hmm.
You pointed out the core Mirana in China. We used to see that quite a bit. I think that is much more viable,
A player has
especially because you can go the right-click build and buy an MKB on the Mirana, use the leap attack speed bonus you get, and it still kind of works pretty well. Not as strong as it used to be, but it is still fairly decent.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Suppose only time's going to tell.
It's just kind of hard for me to divorce play hard from the Mirana. He just absolutely loves playing on that hero, making space around the map. So I think they might just give play hard to Mirana again and have JG play a Tusk. JG's been playing some odd offlaners every now and again.
Okay.
They've got room for that. Maybe saving their Yapaj here for last, and they will have last pick overall. So they're going to see whether or not it's a snap mid, whether or not it's a void spirit mid instead, or whether or not it's something completely different here for Adroit to close out with, and that should give Neon some room to respond. We talk about it, but Neon loves to play around the pace Yapaj brings, so giving him a bit more leeway for his mid matchup always helps the cause, especially since they're trying to get this Iris Ven off the ground. I know. Like, I see that as an opener. It's very hard for me to justify the rest of the draft just because of its record. And Adroit do go Grimstroke, so Neon has to figure out, all right, is Yapaj going to be playing against a Snap or a Void Spirit? We've seen Mac play both, so they've got a lot of options here in how to lane this. And Neon might have to think twice about what they want mid. Maybe something that can play with a relocate aggression, so something highly mobile would be rather helpful. But you do Ember Spirit's gone, Void Spirit's of course on the other side. Storm might be a bit too greedy with a Sven Io. I think you want something faster here.
Okay. Kunka, I like it from Neon. That should be the Yapaj hero for the mid lane. And you are right, JG's on the off lane Tusk, play hard on his signature Mirana. Fair enough. Overall, I don't mind the draft. The only question I have is about this Io Sven, because we've seen it so many times over the past couple days, and it just looks terrible. But we'll see if Neon can make it work. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of watching them try to make it work throughout the Summit 13. So let's hold our comments back for a bit. We'll give them a chance. We'll see what they can do with it. I don't know if Neon has had any games today in their other tournaments, because there are like 3 or 4 different SCA tournaments running at the same time right now. And I think you were pointing out to me that may be the reason why some of the teams look a little bit weird in some of the games. They might just be kind of exhausted from all the series they have to play in one day. We'll see though. We'll see how Neon does. Adroit, I like their draft. I don't really have much else to say about their draft. I think it is quite nice.
Yeah. Do have to remember that Nico is actually playing Pos 3 this time. So it's a 4 Undying. I think they can flex that with Boomy though. It's one of those situations where you probably prioritize the Undying for EXP at first, but then swap the farm maybe to your Snapfire. And we have seen some teams kind of do that with their Pos 4 and 3 picks. So we'll see if Adroit will opt for that. There is some pretty good run at you potential here for Adroit, right? Like Undying, you drop your HP, you drop the Tombstone on top while the Kisses are flying through. You're suddenly stuck in a very ugly spot of your Neon, and then you've got this PA critting in your back. We've just seen some amazing PA plays. There's no reason not to expect that same performance here from MCY. Tino should be able to find that steady farm, find that steady build-up. So the pressure's on Neon to slow down the PA, to hold out against this onslaught that they can bring out here, because Adroit's draft is set for a faster pace. Neon can play a bit fast. You talk about the Tusk. They can really run fast. And what the heck are they going on about?
I believe it's in your language, John. You've got to tell me. MCY forever. I see it. There we go. So last game around, my pro Dota gets a shout out. This time MCY is getting a shout out. Mind you, he is in the game. But I guess, if anything, John, we've just shouted out my Pro Dota 10 again. So there you go. Happy birthday to my Pro Dota.
I have no clue what they were saying. Poi bis or lat? Or, ooh.
Aren't these people in your region?
there's a lot of like really weird slang, like, and that changes per city. Very strange.
see.
Like if I spoke in slang here, it would not be understood. I wouldn't understand it either, to be fair. And I mean, you look at Skem's name, right? Like Skemberlu. That's a certain subculture kind of term, and it's just all over. And these boys are in a good, they're in a good mood. They're just constantly greeting each other good luck. Max says standby. For what? What are you boys planning?
Januel and Playhard right now are just together. So
What is
I am
this?
Marana. Skem's gonna... Okay, so they might run a tri-lane here with this Marana IO. Just kind of what I was thinking. I did think it was going to be with the Tusk, quite frankly, John, but I'd say this kind of tri-lane still does kind of work. You've got the stun into the arrow, which is kind of nice. The problem is, though, if you were versing Nico on the Undying, that would be concerning, but Nico is playing POS 3 Undying, so they won't really have to worry about that.
Yeah, and it looks like Neon is going to hold out this lane for a bit more, so MCY has to be cautious about that. There's that combo. It is annoying, but it's not going to melt him just yet. He still has to be cautious. It's going to be a very high-pressure lane. CML is going to have to work his butt off to get the pressure off, constantly spamming that Stroke of Fate as best as he can, and they're not going to let him. They just constantly keep chase.
CML going to cop a hell of a lot of harass here from Playhard. And you've got to wonder at what stage do the side of Adroit bring Boomy up on the Snapfire. Because Neon, they may just not give up on the tri-lane. They might just keep it going. You know, JG on the Tusk, yeah, he might get a little bit shafted with his net worth. But it's a Tusk after all. He doesn't really need much gold to be effective. In fact, just getting the phase boots and a couple braces will probably be quite a bit, and later on he'd probably work towards the Solar Crest. Just an easy build-up for the Tusk. So there's no real need for Neon to bring down their Marana or their Io to help out JG. He should be just fine by himself.
This is a perfect solo lane. You're taking away the potency of Undying. Always talk about Undying enjoying multiple heroes in lane. Not as fun when it's just one person you're sapping away. There's some potential for burst, but it really doesn't matter. JG's just going to find solid farm. Nico is going to be a bit sad that he's not going to get that opportunity to come in, and he's just trying to spam out his spells, but when you don't drop enough HP, you can't really nuke people down with that solar. So it's a bit slower here for Adroit in this bot lane. Just going to be steady in EXP. Perhaps once you get levels in Boomy, you can start to see that shift, and maybe Boomy can get some movement out to the other lanes. That mid lane here for Mac and Yapaj is working out quite alright for Mac. Yapaj can zone out with the Tidebringer, of course, but Mac can kind of block a lot of the basic right-click damage with his Resonant Pulse. Can also kind of push out the wave fairly safely as well. So it's a back and forth, both just kind of trading harassment like that. Again, it's going to be down to supports, securing those power runes here for both sides. So we'll just see who gets the space to roam around here, although Mac...
Top lane, oh, Mac does go down. I looked up top because there was a jump out from our PA, MCY, but what happened, John?
Just walked into the torrent. Man,
Oh,
it's
that's
not
good.
something you can. No, and you know, level 2 Tidebringer. It's still level 1 then, but splashes out enough damage to burst out, and suddenly that lane changes, even bot.
Yeah, JG and Playhard just getting the kill with the tag team, and Playhard with a nice rotation out of the Marana. Very unexpected rotation, as generally speaking, you expect a tri-lane to stay together. I love what Neon's done though. They forced Boomy to come up to try and contest this tri-lane, and Playhard just leaves. He's just not interested. He'd rather allow Skem and Januel to get some more XP and farm up. And now for Skem, I suppose it's all about just staying alive, but a nice cookie in swell is there. But Skem is very high armor, and with an IO, you're just not going to get through the HP. He's going to be fine to heal himself up with Januel, go back into the lane. And for Boomy, he is probably pretty annoyed right now that he's made the rotation up.
Yeah, it's not a good time for a snap. Just you wanted to just get that steady EXP gain down bot. This does give Nico some room to breathe by himself, but this is not a lane he can maintain.
Oh, bot lane again, John. Great shards and snowball out. Boomy is going to try and TP and help Nico. He will be there just in the nick of time to force back Playhard and JG. That's a second rotation Boomy has had to make on the Snapfire. And you see Playhard, he's already making the run out. Just making him follow him across the map, it seems.
Yeah, it's just a right play there. Now, because of that small play, they weren't able to secure the rune, so Mac's going to have a slightly better time here. At least kind of salvaging that lane, considering that death he had early on. He is a full creep wave behind now as well. So there is a bit of a running start here for your Podge starting to build up. You're going to need to see some supports to help out, because you don't want Mac falling too far behind on the Void Spirit.
Mac's going to be a little bit cautious, though. That Tidebringer is going to do a lot of damage, and now the X is out. Your Page won't have another one ready yet. But Arrow going to fly through, not going to land either. Mac does juke it out quite nicely, but the Tidebringer again, play hard, has another leap if he wants to try, but Mac should be okay. Going to walk his way back. And play hard. I have a feeling he's going to try for an Arrow here. I'm not sure if Mac's seen him behind the tier 1. He will see him now and turn back around for the Resonant Pulse. Binary Runes are coming up, so Mac will take it away from Play Hard. And now Play Hard just going to have to leap away unless the cookie does come in time from Boomy. And Boomy does get a bit of sweet revenge on the Mirana.
That's a fantastic kill to get. Also secures them these bounties. So Mac gets to go back to his mid lane, top up, ready to go up against the Kunkka once more, which is exactly what he'd want. You have to watch out for your Page, though. It does have level 6 up, and that just makes our Kunkka a little bit scary. So again, have to watch the combos coming out here, but Mac again should be able to stain for a little bit longer, wants his 6 fast. Once he has that 6, perhaps, again, Adroit might look to make their own rotations out if they can.
They may. Page trying to give it back to Mac now in that mid lane once again. They are approaching those level 6 marks. In fact, your Page is almost level 7, where Mac is stuck at 5. So you can expect something to come out soon from our Kunkka. Power Rune, he's not going to get lucky with it. Does go back down bot to Mac. Like I said, within a minute or so, I expect your Page to try and make a rotation or go for a kill with that boat up.
Yeah, it's a prime time to go. X arrow combo is also in play. While all these movements were happening across the map, of course, they have given so much space to Skem to just farm. Like he's at, 42 last hits. Compare that to our PA at 28. It's been a struggle for MCY. And that's not exactly what you'd want in the PA. We're expecting a Battle Fury build up here. So you're always going to be a step behind in farm, but when you get off to a running start like this as the Sven, then the Sven IO suddenly becomes really scary. Like he's working into his Echo Saber first, of course, and then maybe just a straight Ags rush skipping the Mask of Madness because he has the IO. That's just going to be a very strong Sven. This game, though, you would still want a BKB and the Ags. I think we've kind of missed out a couple of times on that combo when we've seen the Sven IO. But if Skem does manage to build up smoothly there, then Adroit's going to have to start looking for the Sven. They need to start contesting the Sven's farm. Keep an eye on the triangle. There's some big stacks here for them to take down now as well. And Adroit can't allow that free farm to happen.
Should also mention as well, John, this is something we didn't really point out before the game started. This is the last game for Neon in the group stages. They are currently tied third place with 3 other teams, being 496, MG.Trust, and themselves. So they are going to be quite desperate for a 2-0 victory here, I believe. Just, I know we're a bit late on that fact, but thought I'd point it out.
Yeah, I mean, if they want that upper bracket start, it has to be a clean 2-0 here. And even then, it's not a guarantee. So they've got to hope for the best circumstances, and they haven't been playing quite well. And they've been timing themselves well. They do have their ult up now as well on their Tusk, so there's some great burst potential here on GG if they wanted to start hunting. But Adroit has gotten a bit more patient. Just kind of playing it safe, holding on their side of the map. They might want to make some plays with Nico, though. Does have his Flesh Golem and at least a value point in Tombstone. If they can kind of go around, start dropping some HP and getting some nukes off, it could be nice. But again, it just doesn't look like Adroit's in a position to really maximize that. They're just focusing on the steady build-up, and that will always favor Neon because they've got a Sven and a Kunkka that can just flash farm.
If they do. Bottom lane, your Page, there's that rotation we talked about. Looking for an X. Might just settle for Boomy, and Snowball even going to be out from JG, going for a chance to block him in. No, they just go for the arrow, while Boomy, he's going to try and run. They won't have a way to cancel that. but they do get the core Undying. And you'd be much happier about that anyway. Looks like Yopaj. Yeah, they all got stunned by a Centaur. TP cancellation on play hard, I believe it was, but not to worry. What I was trying to say is Yopaj does still have a boat there.
Yeah, he's held on for that first boat for a long time, which is not something we're used to seeing from Kunkus, but he hasn't needed to kill. You know, he hasn't needed that spell to kill. We're starting to see Skem clear out some of these massive stacks, Mike, so a huge gold injection coming out for Skem. It's going to allow him that easy ramp up and farm. There is a movement out though, no smoke, but a movement out into the triangle here.
There he is. Nico. Up the Tombstone, get that high ground vision of Skem, is caught out by the 8th Remnant, and he's being healed up a lot by this IO, but it's not going to be enough. Very aggressive moves out from Adroit do pay off so far as Yopaj is going to come in, try and help out, as he does still have the boat available, and he will chuck it out onto Boomy now. The boat will connect, but I don't think they have enough numbers here to fight Adroit, so they just keep running at the Mac. Wants to keep going. Arrow going to land on his backside. Soul Rip is going to save as the torrent does come in. Yopaj wants to keep going, but Dissimulate now. Going to try and get out of this. Snowball, South, all there. Mac going to just astral step away. Here comes Skem though. He's respawned. CML going to go down on the Grimstroke. 8th Remnant to hold down the spend, but Boomy is going to die to JG. And now Nico, also being caught out by the arrows of Play Hard, is going to die to Skem. And that's just how long the team fight went on for. Skem literally respawned and came back for a double kill.
It was a fairly even trade at the end in terms of a net worth swing. It was 600 gold around about for Neon, 560 for Adroit. So you're not too upset, and I guess that is buying some space out for MCY to just farm, which is the bigger win for Adroit. They're buying space out for this PA to play catch up. We've seen teams kind of go off the back of a PA, right? When they get some free farm. MCY is going to have to pull off a Jackie performance here, as we've seen before. Looks like he is just, again, saving up for the Battle Fury. Can't come out fast enough. Just got to be a bit patient, Adroit. Keep buying that space out. They're in a good spot to keep fighting. They do have Kisses up now as well in Boomy. They didn't have that in the last fight. It's going to be a big tool for them to fight, but Neon, understanding that they can kind of melt this map, are just going for that top tier 1, and looks like Adroit will have to settle for a trade.
On that tier 1 tower they go. Like you said, just a bit of a trade here between the two. Neon, they have the chance to go and defend that bot tower if they want, but they don't care for that. They've got the net worth lead. Skem is still top of the net worth, in fact, on the board, and they're happy with the way this game is going. In fact, JG now going to jump in, but Arrow is going to be whiffed. Still Nico copying so much damage. Does get the Soul Rip just in the nick of time with the Tombstone. And now he's going to try and turn back around onto JG's. He taunts them. The Soul Bind is there with the double silence, and now the Mortimer's Kisses. They've got to run the same way, and they do not. That'll be your Mirana gone. But JG is going to be able to survive, and will run out with a reset there from Januel.
It's a decent pickup for Adroit. They're going to have to understand that Tombstone and the Flush Golem will fade soon enough, and that's going to be a window for Neon now to apply their own aggression.
X out, Mac is going to be able to dissimulate, and Mac's always going to have that available to himself, just being able to dissimulate through the X. And unless it's on cooldown, of course, but most cases he's going to be just fine. Just walk away and continue farming towards that Yule Scepter. Net worth lead is going to remain 2k the way of Neon, nothing really changing too much. At least they are buying time though for MCY to get that Battle Fury timing up. Looks like he is getting closer and closer as time goes, but mid lane, I thought they might jump Nico, but it was just a casual X out from Yopaj. As they actually found MCY.
Oh,
It was all charade, John. They were just trying to avoid them having any attention on MCY, I suppose.
yeah. It's rather unfortunate, Adroit. They've got to get some D wards out. These fresh wards are going to keep
GG.
some good track, and they're not done.
Snowballing onto Nico by himself, but here comes the X and the boat onto that Undying, and they burst him down onto CML. They'll get the Grimstroke and a great chance out. JG locking in Boomy. He has nowhere to go. He has no cookie. He'll try to run. Mac's trying to help, but they just ignore him, and now they will focus their attention back onto Mac with an arrow that will not land, but the Snowball will follow him up as Yapage does get the X off. Mac's in trouble. He needs to try and do something to get out of this, but he is hit by the torrent. Yapage dances around him as he gives him the Tidebringer. 4K net worth lead now for Neon Esports. They are looking very good in this game number 1 so far.
It's just a clinical game now for Neon. They're just playing aggressive. We talked about the IO Sven. It's not even that. They're just playing with this IO so well. IO Tusk, IO Kunkka, doesn't matter. Neon are playing to the aggression the IO enables quite well. They've given Skem so much space to farm. We've yet to see what he's going to pick up next. He has a casual Glove of Haste on hand. Looks like he might have considered a Midas a while ago, but opted out of it. And it's just growing wider. Again, Sven with the natural cleave clears through these camps so much quicker. MCY still one part away from his Battle Fury. They do manage to get some... No, they actually don't get the D-Ward off. So they've still got vision here, Neon, to keep track of this PA's farming patterns. Still have to be cautious on the side of Adroit. And Neon, they don't have long cooldowns. They can keep fighting.
Well, get the torrent off onto Mac, but he's going to be alright. There'll be no follow-up to it. Skem has something on the Corians. Ooh, straight Crystallis. Alright.
Ooh.
It's, I don't know if that's the right item choice here from Skem, but it's definitely different. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's not quite what we're used to seeing. Tend to see BKB or Ags Rush,
Unless, what if it's a Bloodthorn? Because he gets True Strike for the PA. It also deals with Mac on the Void Spirit.
That's true. It could be. That would be very strange for the Sven, but not completely out of order, just really
MCY.
early.
Oh, that's another big pickup on MCY. And look at the ward here, John. They predict where MCY is going to farm, and they do catch him out, and now they look for that tier 1 mid tower. Skem takes it out, and Yapage with the shards out from JG gets an X on from Boomy. They're going to try and fight. Mac does jump in for a huge Resonant Pulse, but doesn't matter. It will not. Oh, Skem actually does end up going down. It's a lot of damage down. There goes JG now. In fact, they have caught out Yapage as well. Neon Esports have gone way too far forward, and they will get punished for it. Adroit do push it back even without their PA being alive. Play hard, gonna try and TP, but Mac has the damage. And I honestly thought there was no way in hell that was gonna go Adroit's way, but they got it their way.
Yeah, they just line it up, and that's where the Undying really shines. He's got 24 decay stacks right now. They clumped up. They allowed Nico to just use his spells really well. They also have this early mech build up here on Nico. So he's got the sustain to keep his team alive. And Mac is just at a very big level spike. You know, max level Resonant Pulse, level 2 step. He does a lot of damage if he's allowed to just kind of stand there. And he is rushing his Ags. It's a Phase Boots Ags build up here for Mac, just straight into that charge on the Resonant Pulse with a silence. Considering the lack of defensive items here from Neon, it's going to be highly effective. They've got a huge window here for Adroit to take control. They still have to take care of this warding situation, though, as you mentioned. These aggressive wards are going to enable Neon to keep fighting as they want, but Mac is going hunting.
He's going to try with the double damage rune active. Though if you are Mac right now, even though you do have the DD rune, you probably just want to focus in on getting that Aghanim Scepter, because you don't really have any BKBs up yet. Yapage is trying to farm one now, so is Skem. But if you can get the Ags up before they do have those available, you might be able to get yourself another team fight, which is almost guaranteed to be a victory if they don't have those BKBs.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky window there for Neon when that does happen. We've also got to remember that during this downtime, MCY does have his Battle Fury. And I love the shake-up here, going straight for a BKB, understanding that damage is not going to be an issue for the PA. It's all about surviving in the front, getting some safe farm out with a Battle Fury, and that is going to pay off. Now, Neon need to make some stuff happen with their wards. They do manage to drop the sentry, but there's no obs to watch the uphill. And that sentry's still out of range of this one ward that's been alive for nearly the full duration in the triangle. So they finally get that one ward, but this ward has really been caught off guard here, which is something that Neon can go back to again. If it's not spotted, they can replant it and just keep that vision up.
But they can. Skem and Genuel still sticking around that northern area of the jungle. Very close to having the full BKB up now. Skem just trying to get the full gold for it, and looks like he is about there. Does have the Ags queued, so we're not going to have that coming out soon enough. How's MCY doing though? He's got the Battle Fury into the BKB, so going for that earlier defensive build, which I can't disagree with, but in terms of his farming speed right now, it is definitely a bit lackluster. Even with that BKB up, while it's going to be nice, without the Desolator, you aren't going to have enough damage to really deal with the Sven in these team fights.
Yeah, especially once the BKB's up on Skem as well, which it is. So they're looking to hunt here, Neon.
They've got one on Yopaj as well. No, they don't. He hasn't brought it up. It's just Skem. Smoke broken. By our Grimstroke, he'll go into the Shadow Amulet. JG spots him out now, gets the shards out, but do they have detection? No, they do not. They got Mac with the X. The arrow, but Dissimulate is going to allow him to get out. Still Snowball in the back line, straight on that Undying, but Nico, he gets the Flesh Golem off. Skem, meanwhile, going up to CML, does kill him off, and now the boat comes in, connecting on two. They'll kill off Nico onto Mac, who's going to try and fight this one out as the Void Spirit, but he has been X'd. He does not have Dissimulate this time, and he is going to die. Props to JG, John. He constantly just aims down Nico on the Undying, making sure they don't have that damage amp with the Flesh Golem, nor the Tombstone. And that seems to be the key to winning these fights for Neon.
I mean, a lot right now rides on the Undying to dominate these big clump ups, right? It excels when heroes clump in, so it excels in kind of counter fighting very defensively, but when you're gone, you're gone. You don't have the Solar Appeal to keep you up, and that was what enabled our Void Spirit to really just stand and fight. The healing coming out onto Mac helped him really stay alive the last time they fought. So great reprioritization for Neon, just taking out that sustain. Adroit have to find a way of setting these fights themselves. They're always on the defensive. They're not the ones engaging. Perhaps with this Ags picked up on Mac, their opportunity to start forcing fights on their terms. That will be into another BKB though, because the BKB of Yopaj is done and they are in the Roche.
They are. Oh, excuse me, my dog's being a bit naughty apparently.
Well, looks like the kisses were enough to throw Neon off. Now Adroit might want to sneak it. This is a risky play from them though.
It is. Paj, X, Boat is going to be there. They want Nico dead. It looks like they might just be able to get him, although he's not dead yet. But there goes the kill. Meanwhile, Skem onto CML. Does kill the Grimstroke. Onto Skem now. He does get Boomy as well. And it's turning into one of those games, John. Very one-sided here. I'm looking at MCY. It looks like he has decided to no, he is going for the BKB still. But it's just such a slow build-up. By the time he has that up, Skem's going to have the Ags. It's rough.
It's down to the fact that he's playing a farming game against a Sven. Like a PA simply can't keep up in the same way. Just because the Sven naturally farms a lot faster. It's just in his kit. It's built into it. And of course, Skem's just got Januel babysitting.
Well, they got play hard at least, John. So MCY does get himself a nice kill there. It'll help him get a bit more gold, and he's going to indeed have the BKB up just after this creep. He's just taking now, but like you said, the Ags is there for Skem. The question is, do you bother for the Bloodthorn? Do you just go for the Daedalus and maybe the MKB? Does he even care? We'll find out very soon.
I think it has to be the Daedalus in this case. The Bloodthorn's build-up changed. I think it doesn't actually use the Crystallis anymore, if I recall right.
Oh, is that right?
So, yeah, I think it changed our recipe with Hyperstone. Yeah, they changed that.
Oh, okay.
So
My
they
bad,
split it up. So it's got to be it's only the Daedalus, but I don't know about the Daedalus Rush. But Skem's doing it. He doesn't care. He wanted to play PA, I guess. So that's what he'll get. He'll get to play a pseudo PA. He's gonna have his Blink Strike with a hammer. And you do have this Ags pickup on Adroit, so they have given Boomy the space to farm up. We talked about Adroit with this, right? Boomy plays a greedier 4. He's got his tool now. The question is, who did they actually spit out? None of your heroes are exactly the best to spit out into.
Well, they can't kill Nico if he gets thrown in initially, right? Like, you can't jump in preemptively if he just gets thrown in by Boomy. So
True.
maybe just get him to use the Flesh Golem and just spit him into the team fight straight off the bat. At least that way, maybe he can get something done. Maybe a big decay stack, tombstone drop, amp up some damage, nothing wrong with that. JG activates the tag team, thinking about jumping in onto Mac, but holds out.
Yeah. It's I like the aggressive play from JG. Going for Blink
We know,
Dome.
however,
Simulate,
it's very
JG
hard
looking to be
to
ready
keep
for it,
going
but they don't
strong
catch him out.
after you possibly pick up that world championship
Just want that
today,
T2 tower,
kind of
no
building
real
on
rush
those
here.
strengths, but
Love the fact that Solar Crest and Medallion stack, by the way. Very nice.
Plus, very good. That's exactly what you want, Mike. You know, and right through back door, Stem
combination,
gets it
the
done.
marriage
So only one
between,
outer tower
you know,
left now
when
for Neon.
Invictus
They've only got the
Gaming,
top tier 2
won-
left. And Adroit's going to have to really be defensive, really find that space to farm effectively. There is a BKB up in MCY, full 10-second charge, saving for the Deso next. And we've still got to see this play with the Gobble Up. I think you're right. It has to be Nico in first. And just throw as many spells as possible with his life. But it is a difficult prospect for Nico. You know, he would want to stay alive longer. That's where the value from the Undying goes. When he does stay undying. It's just a difficult game. Now with the Guardian Greaves up, though, should be able to do that a little bit easier. And there is a smoke now from Adroit.
Well, they're going to run into your Page to be a big pick-off if they can get him. Page does have the BKB, but doesn't pop it yet. He's going to try and make a run out, but here comes